The following content contains adult language and humor that is not suitable for viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome, one and all, to the Sunday edition of Pacific414 Pop Talk, coming to you live on the Pacific414 YouTube channel, X, and Rumble. Along with Baron Orman Tag, I am your host, Mike. Cash Money is not with us today, but today we do have a few articles to go through, and we also have a couple of trailers that we're going to take a look at. But first, before we do any of that, Lieutenant Commander Tag, how are you? Lieutenant Commander Tag, are you okay? Do you need to go to sick bay?
No, Duchess is taking over the show. I'm in her doghouse right now. So Duchess is taking over for the rest of the show. Can't you see it says right down there? There's her icon, there's her name, and I'm in the doghouse.
Right. But Baron, how are you doing today?
Oh, not too bad. Not too relaxed. I've been so bloody relaxed the last couple days. I don't even know what planet I'm on no more. Plus the fact being abducted by aliens and having a train run on me with anal probes. That's damn aliens. Don't like them. Don't like them. Don't like aliens.
That's what happened to you last night? You were abducted?
Yep. And they weren't even cute, not good looking. These UFO people, they're so full of shit. And they sit back and say, "Oh, these beautiful, gorgeous aliens," and they have sex with me, and we procreate and make these half alien babies. Nope. Any woman they had looked like Mrs. Ballbreaker. And it's like, no, that was the cute ones.
Well, did you at least use the Prime Directive and introduce yourself as Lieutenant Commander Baron Orman Tag of the Federation Starship Pacific?
No, I was screaming.
So you didn't even try to make proper first contact with them?
They're too busy trying to make first contact with me. It's like, no, stranger danger.
Mr. Tag, you completely forgot your Starfleet training in situations like that.
Hey, I'm used to being on the Kirk side, not the receiving end of the Kirk side, okay?
Mr. Tag, do I need to put a reprimand in your record?
I'll put several of them. For every probe I got, you can put a reprimand on there because I was screaming for mommy every single time. I wet myself. Okay, I wet myself.
You know, Mr. Tag, this does not look good on your record.
Yeah, I know. Unfortunately, it's a 45, not a 33 and a quarter. So, or a third, I mean. So, yeah, I know. I'm not getting gold for this, that's for sure. Not even a platinum album. What's the lowest tier? 10? Yeah, I'm getting a 10 record. Yeah.
But no, seriously, brother, I'm glad you're okay because I was worried about you last night.
Oh no! Basically, it was a full case of turnip brain. I had a full fledged case of turnip brain. It's like just sitting around watching some rugby, being a dog bed, the beautiful weather. My brain sitting back going, "Yeah, moron, just don't think about anything today." And it's like, okay, I'm done here. Maybe I'll play some Contraband Police. And here I'm playing Contraband Police, keeping the border safe. Little thing pops up, says Mike's playing rifles. Oh, what? Mike must be playing with fats. That's nice. The wife comes home. I have to help bring in some stuff that she picked up, just because I have to do husbandly duties and watch Jimmy Flayla and then go to bed. And then I wake up this morning like Kevin's mother in Home Alone. Sorry. Did I lose it there? Yeah, I lost it. That's that is the evolution of the pudding that is known as brain for Baron. Yeah, I mean, it's
Brain? What?
maybe
What
we
is
could have.
brain?
Yeah, what is brain exactly? Okay, that's the episode I should do. Spock's brain. That that's the. I mean, that is the perfect punishment. Okay, we're gonna do Spock's brain with Baron.
I know you're joking, but hey, if you're serious about it, I got no
No,
problem.
no, half joking. I mean, there is a seriousness behind it too. I mean, you know me. I know we want to keep the show serious, but it's the follow through to the joke of life. And really, even episodes like that is worth taking a look at a gander and having our thoughts. And sometimes seeing, is there anything to be redeemed from this episode? Unlike Baron, is there anything to be redeemed from him? Uh, Cash Bunny says, no, that's why he's not here. He's shunning me. I know that. He's shunning me.
But yes, last night
Boy,
was go ahead.
oh, I was just going to say the real reason why though is Cash goaded me. He goes, hey, skip that show like you skipped Jace's show. Come on, like we skipped Jace's. Why don't we skip this one too? Skip that one. Come on, skip. He kept on sending me PMs doing that, so I blame Cash. It's Cash's fault.
But speaking of last night's show, the adventure continues, the Star Trek discussion. I do want to say thank you to everybody who was able to come by last night and join us as we watched Where No Man Has Gone Before in its original cut. It was a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to the next one. And I'm definitely looking forward to the episode that you choose to talk about when you're on, Baron, and you know get your insights on it. But I mean, if you want to give your insights on the original cut of Where No Man Has Gone Before, please do so as I go through the chat here and say hello to Snortopoopus Cuber, everybody's favorite polar bear,
Hmm. He's a
and
he's a good bear.
also the long suffering who says, I am not your secretary.
I don't know why she's bringing that one up because I didn't say anything on the air about that. Um, you know, in a nutshell, because trust me, I had a lot more to say. Obviously, this is one of my favorite episodes. The biggest thing I'm kicking myself in the butt for is not seeing it in the original form before the aired form. Uh, the only copy I have of that is an old VHS going back then. I know there's all these people sitting back saying this was a lost tape. No one knew it really existed. Blah blah blah. It's like, then why did I have it in the late '80s? This tape, in late '80s, early '90s, and uh, again, it's a thing that a lot of people just don't have a concept of with the history of fandom in films and their 10-year bubble of existence or mental existence, I should say, for many of them. But I always liked this cut more because of the little extra added. This cut uh, really harkens to a feel of that forbidden plant. I think in some ways a little more than the cage.
Hmm.
And seeing everybody, here we see at least four of what would become the principal core group of Star Trek. You know, George Takei, Jimmy Doohan, uh, of course, Leonard Nimoy and William Shatner, who are the star and co-star. You know, the opening, how they treated it almost like back in the day, which was, you know, it wasn't just Quinn Martin that was doing the Act One, Act Two, but he's
Hmm.
always associated with that. But to see those act parts in there made me wonder what would happen if that was part of Star Trek throughout that series.
Hmm.
But you know, one of the things I really got mad. Kilso was such a great character in the fact that they had him off. It's like I could have seen him as part of the misfit crew of the Enterprise.
Yeah.
Of course, we knew that Mitchell was going to be doomed from the start, but it was interesting seeing how they had Kirk with another first officer, and then Spock having to come in and take over that spot. It's like, boy, this is kind of something you weren't really used to back in that day with television. Usually, it was right there; it was all set, you know, and it's
Yeah.
pretty much stayed static throughout the entire series. Um, the set being closer to the original series than the first pilot, and even though you know they did take most of those lamp you know those little lamp things that were their communicators, even though I thought those were the neatest things. I think Kirk was about the only one who had it on his
Hmm.
chair on the bridge. uh the big thing is the lore. Again, let's take a look. I'm talking about the lore of history, not not in world lore. And of course, everyone gives this big kudos. It's like, oh, Star Trek, the first show they have two pilots. And then they, of course, a lot of them forget that there were two takes of the second pilot. This truly was not, this might have been the first American TV show to have that, but it's not the first. And I could be wrong, but I think the kudos of having two pilots, in a sense, our two first episodes, was Doctor Who. Doctor Who had a episode, basically Unearthly Child. They filmed it. They didn't like how that turned out and all that, and they refilmed it with changes, not major changes, but instead of having the Doctor from like the 42nd century, they kept it ambiguous, things like that, and little
Hmm.
costume changes here. Maybe a little set change here and there, but other than that, it was basically the same thing. But it was still two different pilots. Where in the case of Star Trek, it's two different stories. And this second pilot is more like the Doctor Who, where it's like, okay, except in the fact it's the editing. You know, let's edit things out. But I think they lost something with the second edit because you did not see the full busyness of the Enterprise as
No, you didn't.
much. That this was a true living ship, and so you know, it's regretful for that. So those are basically some of the minor points. I mean, yeah, I could have gotten into a lot more: the relationship between the characters, the back history of Kirk, James R. Kirk instead of James T. Kirk, and how fandom
Hmm.
fixed that. Um, Actually, Peter David, I should say, fixed that. And all the like, because there's a lot of really gems in here, and how this show really, this episode more than even the Cage, uh, puts you the fact that this is where Star Trek is going to go. It would have been a different animal if it would have been Pike.
Yeah.
So,
Pike and Jeffrey Hunter, and of course,
mm,
I mentioned myself last night that I would have liked to have seen where the series dynamic would have gone had it been Spock and Dr. Mark Kilner and Kirk.
hmm yeah, would have been interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, Leonard Nimoy hadn't been thought of, and even then, DeForest Kelly was basically again one of those bring-ins, but he became so popular, he became that part of the triumvirate.
Yep. He did.
hmm And sorry, I was just reading your wrongs comment there, but yeah, Padawannabe is right. The edit is important. The director's cut of Rebel Noon is so much bet. Blah blah blah. Yeah, yeah, the edit is, and
Hmm.
I still say that. Yeah, snorty, 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 snorty.
James Riberius Kirk.
Oh,
Bravo,
that's
Raggy.
funny. But yeah, I mean, not that I'm saying again. I thought the finished product of Where No Man's Gone before was great. Don't get me wrong, but it was definitely the first one. I think had a lot more. You know, even those little things I think added to it so much. And yeah, if people
Even
haven't seen it,
Kirk's narration, the epilogue in the beginning, it adds more
yeah,
with the original cut than what we get in the broadcast version.
right, a little bit more of a sense of awe and that where they are. You know, they're going beyond the galaxy. You know, literally they
Hmm.
are. I mean, and there's that little thing, and that gets in the way. They get knocked around, and a couple members of the crew become gods, or at least energy form. Um, and of course, this episode wasn't done by Roddenberry, and I think that's what helped it. I mean, not to dump on Roddenberry at all, but we saw how the cage was, and I think the big thing about the cage is the pacing more than just the story. And of course, Jeffrey Hunter. I mean, a great actor and all that, but he was going around too much like he had a stick up his bum.
Hmm. You can
And
even see it in his acting in the cage.
mhm, right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That that Pike was this guy who's walking around with a stick up his bum, way too serious. And obviously Kirk is serious, but he's got a little bit more got that
He's got that
flair, that
charm,
flair.
that charisma
Right.
about him.
hmm You could see him running around with a cutlass in his hand, going "Army mateys," or Errol Flynn like, Captain Blood and all that, the stuff across the way.
Hmm.
Which is, of course, one of the aspects that they wanted to do with Star Trek. This is like Hornblower in space, so you got to have something in that aspect of someone going forward with that. When you look at Pike, you know, maybe it would have gotten better as a Hunter went along. I don't know. I can't say. We will never be privy to that. But I don't think Star Trek would have survived if it was Pike and Jeffrey Hunter. Again, nothing to take away from him, because he was a very popular actor in that day.
Hmm.
Uh, but and it was his wife is the one that destroyed him being Pike, by the way, not him. People want to try to sit back and dump that he got too big for his britches. Instead, he was kind of a cuck. He was cucked to his wife, and whatever she said goes. And she was the one that screwed everything up. That's why we never had Pike, and they went
Hmm.
with Kirk. Which again, perfect, perfect. The storm came along and did instead of tearing things down, it actually built something.
It did. It did. And Pat
Yeah.
Wannabe has a question for the both of us. Would Starfleet
Well. hmm
survive a Starship Troopers bug planet? I don't think Kirk's deck chop would work. I think the Federation would have a tough time at first.
At first, yeah, until they understand what's going on. Got to remember they had those big phaser cannons, or back in the day, laser cannon in the cage. But
Hmm.
don't underestimate the power of a starship and its weaponry and being able to lay barrage down to a planet. I mean, we even saw a little bit of that with Piece of the Action, except they were using stun. It's amazing. The Enterprise's main phaser banks can do a stun, you know, and
Hmm.
knocking all those people out. So you have that type of accuracy. And as time went along, when Next Generation was coming out, Mr. Peace, Love, and Billy Button, Gene Roddenberry, right? But then he was going around all excited, saying, "Yeah, the phasers on the Enterprise D can literally almost lay a planet to waste." It's like, okay, we're kind of getting out of the area.
Hmm. I mean,
It's like,
I'd still
okay,
like the
you can
idea
crack
of
the
being
kind
able
of
to
scrap.
set Yeah, and I still like the idea of being able to set the phasers to a low enough power setting on the ship where if you had this on, a group, you could.
Right. Hmm. I mean, we only saw it once, but that was really, really neat. And you kind of got that with Next Generation when they were doing that energy on the uh, the jellyfish
Hmm.
on Farpoint. So, but on that, you never really saw the phasers being used like that. Yeah, some Star Trek has always had idiot fans going back in the day, as someone who was enmeshed in it. But someone came out and they were talking about the Intrepid, the starship filled with Vulcans. For those who don't know, the only fully Vulcan crewed star Constitution class in Starfleet, and how they got eaten up by a giant amoeba. And someone wrote in there that because the ship was filled with Vulcans, all the phaser banks were capped. And
Hmm.
it's like, how logical is that? Because a phaser is a tool.
Yeah.
And
And
we've seen
the
many
Vulcans are
times,
known for using tools due to their logic.
right? How many times has the phasers been used as a tool, not a weapon?
Plenty
Or
of
if
times
it's used,
they've used the phasers to heat up rocks to keep them warm on a cold planet.
Mhm. But even in space, I mean, they're trying to deviate a incoming planetoid or asteroid or whatever using the phaser banks and not being successful at it. But they're using it as a tool not to destroy, but to deviate, you might say. Uh, and of course, again, when it being even used as a weapon, non-lethal style. It's just like they said would go around saying that a Vulcan would never be a security officer because it's such a violent. No, being a security officer would be logical for a Vulcan because a Vulcan would try to find the most non-lethal way to stop somebody unless absolutely necessary. Then logically, it means I do have to use uh, force, lethal force to stop it. That's the perfect person to have as a security officer because they consider all options. And with the cold logic, they're able to suppress back, a lot of the things that would drive people with the adrenaline. So there's so many things. Fans, so-called fans. Which doctor? You talking about Doctor Who or Doctor McCoy? I think Doctor McCoy would if he absolutely had to. It's his last option. I think for a lot of people, even the Doctor in Doctor Who, if it's the last option, he would. Those options are on there, but for some people, it's the absolute last option. And a lot of writers need to. It's that last act of desperation. It's not that they are bloodthirsty or that's the way they want to, but your enemy is to such a point that it's either them or everybody else. You have to have that moral imperative, just like Spock. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, are the one.
Or the one.
And uh and that's just something you go in there. If you're thinking yourself so morally superior to everybody that you will not cause harm in any sense or kill somebody to protect so much, then you are just as much as of a bad guy as they are. You think of yourself so much, your egotism so much that you are going to ignore others. And that is the basic essence of a villain.
Hmm.
The Doctor in Doctor Who has proven he will kill if he has to. McCoy, if he has to give it a chance, he will if he has to.
Yeah.
Anybody would if they comes to the point, okay, either I stop this guy or these people are gone. Or even Kirk.
Yeah.
And yes, I am going to go out there with a moral thing. Who's morally more important, Kirk or the bad guy? Kirk is. Okay, you're done.
And your ROM brings up the fact that Voyager and Enterprise have used their phasers to mine. Well, don't forget that in Next Generation, the Enterprise D used its phasers to get down to a planet's core so they could try to cool the core.
Yeah. See, a good writer, a good lore builder, someone who is in tune in the world that they're in, will understand that these things have more than one thing to it. They're not caught in this myopic view, and then coming up with stupid statements like, "Oh, the Vulcan ships." Phasers were capped, so they couldn't use them. No, that's BS. It's just like their photon torpedo bays are not locked off either because where are you going to shoot your probes?
Yeah, you
And,
have to use the torpedo tubes to make a probe.
yeah, it's just, well, yeah, McCoy is going to argue. McCoy is going to argue. But you got to
McCoy's
remember
always
what.
going to argue the ethics.
Mhm,
Is this the right thing to do?
yeah,
Do we necessarily have to kill him? Can,
mhm,
can't we just try to reason with him, or at least
right.
subdue him?
Because it's the heart. That's the heart. Hence bleeding heart. That's where the heart is. Just like Spock's logic. It's like, do they logically need to be killed? Okay, logically comes in the imperative that if they stay around, they'll cause more harm than good. So therefore, logically, in the sense of the needs of the many outweighing the needs of the few, they must be eliminated. So therefore, we will go forward. And as much as it detests me, and that act should always be detestable to our heroes.
Hmm.
It should be, um, in that aspect. And I know there was a point before I was trying to make before we got on that little sidetrack there. Oh, about the photon torpedoes. And the thing is you would even use an actual true photon torpedo if necessary in science gathering. What if we need to send something out there to go boom to see what the reactions are in a
Hmm.
certain area, or you need to blow a chunk of rock apart to try to get to see what's the inside and do the analyzing. I mean, again, tools are tools. A phaser bank, a photon torpedo, they have no mind of their own. It's how you use them.
And just like with the phasers, where they can change the frequency of the phasers, they can change the yield of the photon torpedo to give them the test results they need.
Hmm. Exactly. And that's just it. I mean, and that's where we start getting into the science. And in some ways, some of the later Star Trek suffered because Gene Roddenberry, who was so excited with the original series, was and that's another part I was going to bring up that I never did. Obviously, I didn't because I was abducted by aliens. Uh, that he was keen on, let's have science fiction writers, science fiction writers, science fiction writers in the original series. Of course, there was a lot of pulp ones that did all sorts of stuff. Westerns and such as the writer of that episode, Sam Peoples. He wrote for westerns, but
Hmm.
again, that was um, Western scope. But he wrote several episodes of Star Trek, including the cowboy one. He also did Filmation's Space Academy and Jason Star Command, and supplied also for their animated Flash Gordon. So I mean, again, it goes into the aspect that you know I want science fiction writers. When Next Generation came around, for whatever reason, probably some coke-induced psychoses, Gene Roddenberry sat back and said, "No, I don't want science fiction writers anymore. I want no science fiction writers, no science fiction writers." Which is why Diane Duane and David Gerald and even DC Fontana got shit on by Roddenberry with Next Generation, and they never didn't last longer than a season.
Yeah, because I mean, how many people even remember DC Fontana even being part of the first season of Next Generation? She helped write Encounter at Farpoint.
Right. Oh, and if we do that story, I got trust me, I got some stories on that one in the scumminess of Gene Roddenberry, just like he did to Courage with the music.
Yeah,
I mean,
I plan on showing every series pilot episode.
I got a story on that one. I got a story on that one. And how DC Fontana got screwed over with Encounter at Four Point, just like Alexander Courage got screwed over with the music to Star Trek, which is why we never had him after about a couple episodes of Next Generation. I mean, regular series. I mean,
Yeah, because I've heard that he wasn't necessarily bitter, but he had a bad taste in his mouth because you know, of the lack of credit he actually gets for writing the music.
Right. Yeah, and that's just it. I mean, it's nice that he wasn't necessarily bitter, but again, why would you want to go back to a place like that you got screwed over? And what is the possibility of being screwed over on that? Right?
Hmm.
He delivers that now iconic theme to Star Trek, and Roddenberry does that to you, and you got screwed out of half of your profits, your hard-earned profits. And let's face it, anyone who gushes over the lyrics that Gene Roddenberry had for the thing, it is tripe, it's crap, it's bullshit. He just sat down on the toilet with a notepad, just scratched a bunch of stuff out, put his name on it, sent it in, and said, "Hey, this is part of the song. Give me money." And trust me, just look at those lyrics, even hear it when someone tries to. I know Nichelle Nichols back in the 80s released an album with her singing the theme song, but I'm sorry, the lyrics are crap, shit, garbage. I mean, it
And I
really
make no
are.
apologies for saying this, Baron. The theme to Star Trek doesn't need lyrics.
No, well, it doesn't. I mean, how many of us laugh when we hear the theme song, the Bonanza sung by Lauren Green
Hmm.
and the rest, and the rest of them. I mean, and even Lauren Green released an album with them singing it. I mean, it's not necessary, and all that was a money grab for Roddenberry. I mean, you know, Roddenberry is no angel. He delivered a lot of stuff. Uh, there's things to praise and there's things to damn about him. And this is one of the things that damned. Some of the ways he treated the people around him and people who helped him and people who were supposed to be his friends,
Hmm.
how he was more than willing to screw them all over for his own greed. And then he goes out there and dares come up with a Ferengi as a chiding of America. Basically, that's what the word chiding of capitalism, chiding of America. When he was absolutely freaking worse, he was a Grand Nagus of the Ferengi, but he's calling himself a socialist. Make up your mind. And of course, needless to say, that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Take a look at Rod Roddenberry. I'll sell my soul out to anybody who, I don't care what you're going to do with this legacy. Give me my pound of flesh.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you know what's going to be interesting, Baron? When we do
Mhm.
watch The Cage in its
Yeah.
uncut version with that introduction from Gene Roddenberry.
Hmm. Oh, I'll
Because
rip it apart.
I'm just going to say one thing, and that one thing is that as you're listening to Roddenberry speak, you can tell he's full of himself.
Yeah. At that time, he was in the full belief that he was truly the great bird of the galaxy. He literally, as an atheist, he was putting himself to a level of God of this all. He's being worshipped. He's an idol. And back in the day, we knew no better because a lot of this stuff never came out. We believed a lot of the lies he said about Harlan Ellison. And yes, they were lies. There was
Hmm.
enough proof out there that what he was saying about uh, City on the Edge of Forever was bullshit. And all you need to do is grab a copy of the book, City on the Edge of Forever, which has the original two scripts in it, layouts, explanations, people writing and being interviewed and being told how things were going. Uh, Confessions, even DC Fontana coming forward and confessing uh, that she was one of the rewriters on there at Roddenberry's insistence that he never knew until he did that book.
Hmm.
Um, he was a dirty man when it came. He might have been a great visionary, but many of the other things. I mean, I challenge anybody. Give me, give me a list of how many episodes the original Star Trek that he quote unquote wrote is in the top list of episodes. I think about the only one you could really do is the Menagerie, because of course it was which is brilliant, by the way, taking that first pilot, The Cage, and turning it into
Hmm.
a two-parter, using all that. I mean, can you imagine what that did for the budget of the show? It helped, and it
Yeah.
also paid off from all the expenses you did for that first pilot. It got used, and it was
Yeah.
brilliant. But other than that, Troubles with Tribbles, one of the top tier. Who wrote that?
David
David
Gerald.
Sherrill. Right. And again, we go back to Stay on the Edge of Forever. I mean, Harlan Ellison. Uh, I believe Gene L. Kuhn was the one that gave us that first Klingon episode with Core. Uh, was it Ted Sturgeon? Who did? Um, oh my. That's it. I'm going into my list of stuff here because my brain is mush. Let's take a look here. So, Charlie X, right? The story was by
Hmm.
Gene Roddenberry, but DC Fontana did the script. But really, is that really a huge remembered episode per se? Not really.
It's not a very popular episode.
No. I mean, Mud's Women, right? The story was
Hmm.
by Gene Roddenberry, but Stephen Candell did it. Everyone can argue that Stephen Candell's follow through with I Mud is far superior in the top list,
Yeah.
right?
I mean, the
Uh,
Squire Gothos is more popular than any episode that Roddenberry wrote. Tomorrow's yesterday.
yep, DC Fontana, right there.
Hmm.
No Arena. I mean, as much as sometimes we have so much fun with it, but that's Frederick Brown and Gene L. Kuhn doing the actual writing. The Return of the Archons. Again, it's not an episode that's really would be put into the top 10 list. That was a story by Roddenberry. He didn't write it per se, but Devil in the Dark, Gene L. Kuhn. Errand of Mercy,
Hmm.
Gene L. Kuhn. Um, Amok Time, Ted Sturgeon. Um, Mirror Mirror, Jerome Bixley. The Doomsday Machine, Norman Spinrad. Cat's Paw, if you want to throw Cat's Paw in it, I don't. But Robert Bloch, because I'm just saying that because he had Mr. Psycho doing that one. Of course, I Mud, Stephen Candell.
Hmm.
Journey to Babel, DC Fontana. I mean, you start going through the list of all these episodes are great. Gene Roddenberry's fingers are not necessarily in them. Even
Even the piece of the action, Gene Roddenberry didn't contribute to that episode.
no, the Enterprise incident, one of the best episodes of the third season. DC Fontana. I mean, these are the fingerprints you get all over Star Trek, and I mean, Turnabout Intruder. Let's face it, very heavy-handed bullshit episode. The last episode of Star Trek, a story by Gene Roddenberry. Obviously, it's like, yeah, okay, whatever. I mean, I'm not saying that all these great writers of the show had home runs. No, I mean they had their share of. Gene L. Kuhn had Spock's brain for crying out loud. I
Hmm.
mean, of all the greats he did,
I,
boom, yeah, okay,
I,
there's
I
your
mean,
turd.
I mean, how would you feel if you had that on your resume? Yeah, yeah. We don't talk about that. Oh yes,
Right?
but you wrote Spock's brain.
Yeah. And if anybody wants to give any kudos or praise to the creation of the Klingons, is Gene Kuhn. He is the one that gave us the Klingons. And why? Because the Romulans were supposed to be the main bad guys, but the makeup work for they felt the makeup work for the Romulans was too intensive, so they had to come up with another alien species, which is why uh, the Klingons show up in the 26th episode and the of the series, so late in the series. They weren't meant to be.
No, but again, like you said, because of the budget to make the makeup for the Romulans,
Mhm.
let's not forget that the Romulans and the Vulcans looked exactly alike.
Yep.
But still, to put everything together, it cost them a lot of money. So they were thinking, okay, what can we do on the cheap?
Right. Can you imagine the Manchurian type episodes, candidate episodes you could have if the Romulans would have stayed there? It's like, is he a Vulcan or not? Oh yeah, let's not forget another one. The Enemy Within. Richard Matheson. Richard Matheson, who wrote for Twilight Zone and did I Am Legend, the real one, not the bullshit Will Smith garbage. Which of course, I Am Legend became Omega Man with Charles with not with I hate having mental blocks. It was right there, but basically Ben Hur himself, Chuck Heston, yeah, Chuck Heston doing that one. Vincent Price did the movie version of that, but yeah, I mean, which is why that episode is so great in the way and the tone that follows through. You can see that, it's like, oh, this does have a little bit of that feel of a Twilight Zone-ish, um, you know, you know, imagine if you would type of thing. So, I mean, the greatness of Star Trek all across this one. And the only thing is, again, I don't want to take anything away from Roddenberry as the creator, the visionary, the man who put a lot of this shit together, because he did. But I just want to remind people what we have for Star Trek today was put together by a lot of people, and many of the ones you have to think is Gene Coon, DC Fontana,
Hmm.
and all the work that they got, and how often they're not given the credit that they deserve. Unfortunately, they're gone. DC's now gone. Um, I mean,
And
you should.
and you think about someone who wrote for Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, and Voyager, Michael Piller. He had
Yeah.
to go back and forth during the season 3 of Next Generation with Roddenberry to say no. There should be conflict. There should be this moment where we're seeing our characters struggle with a decision.
Hmm. See, that's because Roddenberry was so coked out he burned his brain out. And I'm being serious here. This is not bullshit, folks. Uh, he was in such bad health because of all the drug abuse and all that. He had his stroke. He was not very cognitive, and he was trying to push his "I'm the great bird of the galaxy" crap. And he
Hmm.
knows everything, and how his disappointment was having Star Trek taken away from him after motion picture. He always crapped upon every one of the movies. Why? Because he wasn't involved in it. Yeah, he was getting money. He was listed as a consultant. But
Hmm.
the ego thing about it, I mean, he didn't like Star Trek 2. He didn't like 3. He didn't like 4. He definitely didn't like 6. And he started pulling out all this crap about how, oh, this isn't, my visionary for Star Trek. Well, the thing is you had things like that in Star Trek, in the
Hmm.
original series. You don't know what you're talking about no more. But again, he did see Undiscovered Country shits before he passed away, so he was really in bad shape.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I
And
think it,
Sorty, I don't disagree with you at all. It needed to have the conflict in the beginning.
yeah, you know,
It was
I,
trying to be too much like the original series when it started out.
well, what
I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but with the lighting and some of the stories, because some of the stories, especially for season 2 of Next Generation, were stories that they originally came up with for Star Trek Phase 2 before Phase 2
mhm.
became the motion picture.
And the reason why is because of the writer's strike.
Hmm.
Hmm. The child specifically, because the child was involved, was an episode that was going to be involved. Ilea was the one and was supposed to be pregnant, and then everything was going bonkers all around it, and then they just changed it to the other, amazingly, another character who has mental powers, be able to read minds or be telepathic or whatever. I mean, so much is basically Star Trek Next Generation is a is that Phase 2 series that's just
Hmm.
giving a new slop of paint.
A shiny new Enterprise, a shiny new bridge, and a shiny bold captain.
Right, exactly. Which of course William Shatner was. He wore a tube.
Yeah, yeah. We've all known that.
Yeah. Well, my favorite story was from William Campbell. William Campbell was, I think it was for Squire of Gothos. And Shatner was gonna come over and they were gonna read through the script with each other. To kind of get the pacing, all the stuff the actors do, right? And
Hmm.
he let slip that Captain Kirk was coming down to his house. So a lot of the kids were coming around and they're waiting. Captain Kirk's coming. Captain Kirk's coming. And William Campbell's there, and all of a sudden he hears this motorcycle. coming down the block, and he looks out and he sees this bald guy on a motorcycle. It's like, who the hell is that? Oh, it's William Shatner. It's like, and all these kids are gonna see him bald. Uh, but the thing that was the big mistake Roddenberry had. Again, he turned Star Trek Next Generation in the beginning so kumbaya. We can't have conflict, but the thing is the conflict you see with Star Trek is the conflict that we have inside us when
Mhm.
we come to decisions that's being played out on the screen with the actors, or at least it should be. The logic, the emotion, the back and forth, and just because you have conflict doesn't mean it's bad. In fact, that's a good thing. Because in a sense, what you were having with Star Trek in the beginning with Gene Roddenberry's mindset was the freaking Borg. It is like liberalism or leftism today. You cannot think outside the box. You have to follow us or else. If you come forward with a different thought,
Mhm.
we will ostracize you. It doesn't work in the real world. You need to
No.
have that. You need to be challenged.
Challenge for your
I'm willing.
thoughts, challenge for your beliefs.
Yeah. I mean, I'm always willing to be challenged on my thoughts on Star Trek or Star Wars or any of that.
Mhm.
Bring it on. I got my ammunition. I don't have bumper sticker logic and what they're bullshit feeding me for an excuse today that makes no sense.
And
So,
Anonymous is asking, do you ever think that diving too deep into analyzing a series diminishes your ability to enjoy stories, shows? It's no different than a football fan or baseball fan or basketball fan going into stats
mm,
and, you know, going into that scouting report and seeing, what a pitcher's able to do against certain batters and what a batter is able to do against certain pitchers. And it's what we do as fans.
mm. Well, here,
We
here we
we
go. Sure.
always overanalyze things. We always look at things and say they could have done this better.
Okay, short answer no. Long answer this. Overanalyzing, well, or diving too deep, not necessarily because some shows are that way. Again, with Star Trek, it's supposed to make you think. If it's supposed to make you think, you're supposed to use your brain. If you're supposed to use your brain, it means you go into a deep analyzing. When you go in that analyzing, you get to challenge yourself and your own thoughts. You have an opportunity to play devil's advocate with yourself by what you saw. If it's good, if it's well written, delivered well, it's not like the bullshit we have today. So over analyzing it, no, not necessarily. In some ways, it can uh, be rewarding. Now, granted, if you try to overanalyze Box Spring, yeah, you got a point there. If you try to overanalyze Star Trek Five, you got a point there.
Hmm.
But when you go to something that's really supposed to be deep in dealing with what life is, the choices that we have in life, especially with Star Trek, um, even with Star Wars, I mean, if it doesn't make freaking sense, that's the thing that takes away. Does it make sense? The Last Jedi didn't make sense. The Rise of Palpatine certainly didn't make any sense. There's nothing to analyze other than the fact it's crap. So if you go in and try to overanalyze that, well, you get whatever hell it is you decided to walk into. But sorry. Well, you know what? Yeah, because you're talking about the topics, concepts, and stories behind the scene. Yes, you know what? It all depends because to understand sometimes where the person's coming from, them on DVDs. At least I do. I don't know about you, but I adore them. I mean, flip those things on, and you can get exactly what of the sausage that they're making. And I've made sausage, so it doesn't bother me. As someone who enjoys lore, it doesn't bother me. It doesn't diminish anything. Because for me, I analyze everything across that because this is our mythology. It's For me, it's like going through a course.
I mean, I love listening to the behind the scenes, or even watching the behind the scenes featurettes, and hearing how the original concept was for a scene to what actually became the scene on film.
Hmm.
This is what we had in mind
Hmm.
when we first thought of the concept. Then we tried to get it to work on screen. In some cases, it worked on screen. In other
Hmm.
cases, they had to modify it.
And when it comes around to the BS drama, like you're talking about there, the walk into it is like part of it is to make sure people get the proper credit.
Mhm.
That because they don't necessarily get it. I mean, how many decades did we go through when all it was Roddenberry this, Roddenberry that? Oh, the great bird of the galaxy! Oh, how wonderful! And of course, he was helping making sure that was built up. No one else, I don't want anybody else to get this glory, but from me. And then people like DC Fontana, Gene Kuhn, and all the others are being pushed off to the side and shat upon.
Well, speaking of being pushed aside and shat upon, what about Ron Jones, who was writing music for Next Generation all the way up
Hmm.
until the fourth season?
Hmm.
And the reason why he didn't continue was because Rick Berman and company did not like his style of music scores. They wanted his scores to be more like Jay Chataway and Dennis McCarthy.
Hmm.
Eh,
They
So
might have liked it had they asked us. Did we like it?
I, I liked Ron Jones' scores. I
Yeah.
mean, you want me to name one? I'll name one right now. How about Best of Both Worlds Part 1 and 2?
Hmm. Yeah, it's part of having the right person for the right job.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like sometimes knowing what's going on behind the scenes, at least for someone like me. I mean, if you don't want to know about it or someone else, that's fine. Enjoy the show and all that. And I mean that wholeheartedly to anybody out there. For me, again, this is a study. This is a study of modern folklore, of modern
Mm-hmm.
mythology, which means you get into the nitty gritty. Anyone who goes into studying is. Not only are they making sausage, they're the ones that are cleaning out the intestines so you can make the sausage. I'll go one better on you there, and which shows it's hard work. If we want to know how to do things properly, we need to see the sausage being made, the good, the bad, the ugly, which we should do a movie watch on, by the way. Um, that it's not a pretty thing. It's like, why did certain things go a certain way, and to be on the lookout for that. And if you're going to be someone who's going to be a creator, go out and make things. You find out what's good, what's bad, what to do, what not to do, how to keep friends and influence enemies.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's why I said last night, and I've been saying it to you and Cash too. For the adventure continues, I want folks who might have behind the scenes knowledge on certain episodes or even
Hmm.
the movies to bring that up.
Hmm.
Share something with us, even if some of us have already heard it. Share it with the audience who may not even know about this information.
Hmm. Well, okay, I'm going to blow my load right now, and I'm going to go with that DC Fontana story because I think it is deserving and it's apt for what we're talking about, but can still be used when talk of Encounter at
Yeah,
Farpoint is used.
of course, of
But
course.
DC Fontana was set to be basically the sole writer of the episode, which she did, and at that time they had no idea what they were going to have for a first episode. Were they going to have just a regular 60-minute episode, or in this case, 40-some minute episode? Or were they going to have a movie? And they didn't know, but they hired her on because, of course, she's one of the old guard, old school. And this is a story that just recently came out not too long ago. I didn't know about, but I should have suspected. So, she's hired on, but her story was just Farpoint. That's all it was. Farpoint. Everything that involved Farpoint Station was the episode we were going to see. If you ever felt that Encounter at Farpoint was a disjointed piece of work, uh, between the Q and with Farpoint, and that Q seemed to be shoehorned in with the story, Gene Roddenberry's the excuse. So DC gets everything done with this, right? And then they decide, oh yeah, we are going to be doing a movie. Instead of having DC come back and polish up her script and add to it, Gene Roddenberry pushes his way in, uh, and decides, I know, I'll come up with this character Q and blah blah this. And then now I get co-writing, and I get half of whatever money is in there.
Hmm.
So instead of letting his trusted DC Fontana come back with a rewrite, which he would have loved to have done, no, she's going to be the writer on the flagship of this series. Gene Roddenberry comes in now. Great, obviously the Q character came out to be really good. But be honest with you,
It wasn't
I
because of Gene Roddenberry's writing, though, for Q. It was other writers who contributed to the character.
yeah, I didn't like Q in that first episode. When I heard that Q was coming back in another episode, I was going, why? This character's shite. And when you see Q in there, yeah, he is shite. Analyze that episode. Go back, watch that episode, and then see the differences between the two. Where you have the Farpoint. I'm not saying the Farpoint Station story was strong, but then again, we don't know how much of that got warped around because of the Q essence that was added in later.
Hmm.
But this is something that Roddenberry did not need to do. But now it gives him more money, more prestige, and he can go out there and be even the bigger great bird of the galaxy. And guess who gets pushed back? DC Fontana.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Even though there were some great moments of Q, I'm talking about stories, Tapestry being one of them. In fact, Tapestry probably being the best Q episode, in my opinion, ever. Uh, yeah, I mean, he made appearance once a year, twice in the first season. But really, what was Q? What what true purpose other than being a pain in the ass to Picard was Q?
Really no purpose, if you
No,
really think about it.
I mean he was their version of Trelane, and really, what can you do with this omnipotent, godlike creature? In all reality, there's no way Picard should have been able to hold up to him in any sense of the imagination. Q is always watching. Q knows. He follows through with it. So there's no way that Picard should ever have be able to one up him because he knows all, sees all.
Hmm.
Dare I say, he's a godlike being.
Yeah. And to Snorty's point, Snorty's talking about how the mirror universe got
Mm-hmm.
overused, and that started happening on Deep Space Nine. The Borg
Mm-hmm.
started getting overused on Voyager, and even Q, with Q's
Yep.
appearances in Voyager.
Yeah, because Mulgrew and Delancey were friends, and so
Hmm.
they wanted to, it's like, hey, let's keep doing it there. And again, that doesn't make any sense because Q could have brought them home anytime. I know they came up with some bull. Now we want to go back on our own power. That makes you a bad captain.
Hmm. You've got this omnipotent being who's already hurled the Enterprise into Borg space. That's how we got
Mm-hmm.
the first encounter. He can hurl you back to the Alpha Quadrant, but no, no, we want to take the long way home.
Yeah,
When you
DC
got
was
somebody
awful.
that offering you an opportunity to take the quick route.
If I was Starfleet and they came back and I stole those records, I would call her up on court martial. Honestly, I would. because of all the lives that were put in danger unnecessarily, all the lives
Hmm.
that were lost unnecessarily, the what you were doing with Starfleet property out there that was not wise, obvious violations of the Prime Directive. So yeah, one of the
I
reasons.
would have loved to have seen an inquiry after Voyager got back, and they're going through all the crew records, not just some of them,
Mhm,
all the crew records.
yeah, I would like to see every one of them demoted except for Harry. Harry gets a promotion to captain.
That would have been right for Harry because not once during that 7 years was he ever promoted. Oh yeah, we got the future Harry, where he's finally a captain.
Mhm.
But Harry
No,
Kim deserved to be demoted. But then, there's also that dilemma because remember there were two Harry Kims, and it was the Vindy who were the organ harvesters,
yeah,
and one Voyager was destroyed,
hmm
and the other Harry killed, while the Harry from the other Voyager stayed the rest of the show from season 2 on the
hmm
ship.
see, that was about the time I lost interest in Voyager.
Yeah.
That's why I always considered Voyager the weakest of the original, the original era because of uh, all these concepts and anything to have an excuse. It's like none of these reasons are why they should still be out there. And again, I don't want to be that person where you have the fisherman with the dollar bill going, "Nope, almost had it, almost had it." It's the worst, laziest bullshit writing there is.
Well, you got to blame the writers.
Hmm.
They
Right.
sold Robert Beltran on the idea of Chakotay and
Hmm.
everything, and then as soon as 7 and 9 comes into the picture, oh, Chakotay, you're relegated to the back.
One, I'll sit back and say, crazy, crazy way was still better than Mikey Spock. To give a little love to Chakotay, that's not his fault. That's not the character's fault. That character was a strong character. That character could have gone to great things, except for one thing. Uh, Kate Mulgrew, the writers, everybody on there fucked them over, especially when you started coming over and they decided to turn this into Woman Kumbaya. It's like, oh, we got 7 of 9. We got, we got Balana Torres, and of course the captain, and we're going to, blah, blah, blah. And we're going to push him back there and give him nothing. And Robert Beltran, basically he started, okay, I'm going to act like the way you're treating my character. I'm just going to stand here all wooden and deliver my lines. I'm still getting paid. And it's a shame because Chakotay
Mm-hmm.
could have added so much. He was not a bad character, and he's not a bad actor. They
Not a
just
bad character, not a bad
cheated him.
actor. It was the way the writers and the powers that be, being Rick Berman
And mhm.
and Brian Fuller, handled the situation.
and let's face it, Kate Mulgrew. I mean, she was an absolute pain in the ass on the set.
She and Jerry Ryan didn't get along.
Yep. Well, because she was threatened by her.
Hmm. But I do want
But
to say hello to Lady Mist real quick.
I Lady Meth, I mean, is absolutely again. That's where the making of the sausage comes in, where you can analyze and go, "Damn, this could have been a great character."
Hmm.
But they screwed him over. And why are they giving so much to this? First of all, the character is shite, especially how you're presenting them. Janeway is a horrible captain, still better than Mikey Spock, but Mikey Spock should have been. Never mind. Someone should have gone back in time and given her dad a condom. Let's put it that way. Um, I
And,
wouldn't go that far
getting
with
back to
Janeway.
something you mentioned earlier about the conflict. That's one
Hmm.
of the reasons why Deep Space Nine became one of my favorite series because
Hmm.
Cisco had inner conflict.
Hmm.
Does he want to be viewed as this emissary aboard
Right.
this space station during this assignment? He doesn't even want. He wants nothing to do with it.
Mm-hmm.
And then to see the growth of Cisco
Mm-hmm.
and how he inspires Nog to join Starfleet. He
Mm-hmm.
tests Nog because he
And
sees
overcome.
great things in Nog. And he
And even
overcomes the loss of his wife.
he also overcomes his prejudice towards the Ferengi to do that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, let's face it. Most people in there have a prejudice against Ferengis. This is how we view Ferengis. He even says that himself.
Mm-hmm.
What can you do to change that?
I mean, the in the pale moonlight, the
Mm-hmm.
inner conflict Cisco has. Does
Mm-hmm.
he bring in the Romulans? Or does he advise Starfleet that maybe we should surrender?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I love at the end of that episode where he asks the question: if he had to do it again, would he? And he would.
Mm-hmm. Well, again, it comes down to that: the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. It's that conflict in there. Either way, people are going to die. One is you're bringing in an innocent group of people, but on this other hand, they're just as much in danger as anybody else because if they get a foothold in this area, what will stop them? We already know their
Mm-hmm.
goal is conquest. So then a weakened Romulan empire will now have to face this more giant uh, dominion coming in. So, do I be proactive, lie, bring people in, have somebody murdered to do this, or do I allow us to be surrendered and then become enslaved, and even all the people that would be, who knows, killed because there's always a purge. There's always a purge.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and yeah, I mean, as sad as it sounds, I believe Cisco did the right thing. As distasteful as it is, and what's great about it is Cisco was had a big, huge distaste in the mouth. This is what we're talking about with Star Trek.
Mm-hmm. And Anonymous, if that's the episode you want to do, let me know so I have plenty of time before your appearance on May 24th to get everything ready for it.
Everything you say about it, though, will be wrong. I know that.
No,
I'm kidding, Animas. I'm
I,
kidding, Animas.
I want to get Anonymous's thoughts on an
Yeah,
episode like In the Pale Moonlight.
I want
We
to hear
can
what he has to say.
bring everybody during the episode up to date as to what happened.
Hmm.
But I would
Right.
love to get his thoughts because, in my opinion, and I'll say this when we do get to the episode, In the Pale Moonlight is one of the stronger episodes of Deep Space Nine.
Hmm.
Not to say it didn't have very many episodes that were strong. It did,
Yeah.
especially when it found its footing. And that's what a
Hmm.
series needs to do, is find its footing. But that is one of the stronger episodes of season 6.
Hmm. Well, it came around at the right time, even though it's not necessarily going with the full fledged kumbaya that Gene Roddenberry wanted to have. But you take a look at when DS9 came around, we're coming out of the Gulf War. We didn't have, or, ramping, let's see, we're coming close to like the Gulf War era.
Mm-hmm.
Um, we had other little conflict stuff. Things were really changing in the world. It was kind of really uncertain. So it gives a lot to think about with the politics. It's a lot more political show, and I'm not saying it's pushing a political agenda. It's just more political, and which is great because it's like we saw the Soviet Union just dissolve overnight. We saw a
Mm-hmm.
wall just crumble down, and people not caring anymore. It's like, what are you going to do? Shoot me, East Germany? F you. Um, we, things we saw shock and awe in the Middle East. It was such a wild time that, in some ways, a show like DS9 coming out that shows political ramifications of things
Hmm.
was important. Just like Babylon 5. No, both those shows, which basically are dealing with the same type of topics,
Yep.
and went through their own
The
version.
collapse of governments too.
Right.
Let's think
Exactly.
about
I
what
mean,
was happening in Yugoslavia at the time.
hmm yeah, when Marshal Titov died, who was a man who was brilliant enough to keep it all put together and keep everyone from killing each other over there. And of course, it took a few years after he died, but then look what happened. With everything else crumbling around and not having that political insight, it fell apart, and you had your little internal war, and Yugoslavia was no more. It went the way of the Yugo. Um, I mean, DS9, Babylon 5, and yeah, I'm going to bring that in there because there's a lot of similarities, but yet they had their own directions. Was great for that more political overall. The DS9 was a lot more about the galaxy as wide more than the internal persons like we had. It was more personable stuff with Star Trek. As I always sat back and said, the difference between Star Wars and Star Trek, the big one is Star Trek is about Selma, Alabama. Star Wars is about World War II. One's micro, one's macro. Well,
Hmm.
DS9 became a lot more macro.
And when I asked Anonymous about In the Pale Moonlight, he says he is chosen. So, Anonymous, I will get that ready. Although, you're mentioning Paradise. I know Paradise Lost. That wouldn't be a bad episode to go through because that is technically a two-part episode. That wouldn't be a bad one to go through for
Movie time.
The Adventure Continues.
hmm
But and the reason why I mentioned Paradise Lost is because that's when Cisco realizes how serious the Dominion threat is.
hmm
What they're doing right now, using phaser sweeps and blood samples. It's like, wait a minute, you're telling me that's not enough? That our measures, our security measures, aren't enough?
hmm
I mean, again, there's so many good episodes we can go through. Yes, we will talk about some of the episodes that are, yeah,
Oh, we have
but
to.
yeah, we do, we can't ignore. But there's so many great discussions to be had, and we will.
It's
Okay, okay. Anonymous has spoken. He wants to watch Paradise from season two.
excellent.
Excellent. I will work on the thumbnail this week and get everything ready.
See, the beauty about original Star Trek era, and the classic, I should say, more than the original, not to confuse the original series, is the message and the theme of Star Trek really never change. It's about the human adventure, and of course, which is coined for the motion picture, but really, if you take a look at it across the board, that's what it is: the human adventure. Those twat waffles out there, and I mean that with all my heart, that sit back and say Star Trek 2 isn't real Star Trek because, what themes do they have for Star Trek? Well, simple. I can
But
tell you
it
right
is.
here.
It's about birth. It's about you know rekindling past relationships, whether good or bad.
It's about facing the undiscovered country, the
Hmm.
ultimate frontier, and that's death. I mean, it deals with man's mortality and when you're getting older. And here we have Kirk getting older, not knowing where he is in this place. uh, Basically, this is continuation of Captain Dunzel.
Hmm.
And So that was what's important. It's again, Star Trek is over encompassing. The Star Trek motion picture is just as is pure Star Trek just as much as Star Trek Two. It's what's great. Again, it's that micro. It's looking at you know us in a one to one life. Going out there, fighting injustices, finding our weaknesses, trying to overcome our weaknesses, and
Trying to
that's the important thing.
overcome mistakes of the past. And you know, was it the right choice for Kirk to maroon Khan and his followers
Mhm. Yeah.
on Ceti Alpha 5?
Hmm. I think it was a follow through was the one that the putting them there wasn't the bad idea. It's just that fact that okay, who's checking up on these guys like we promised? That was the mistake, and it shows that even in the future we're not perfect. Even though Gene Roddenberry thinks we're at the pinnacle of humanity, which means congratulations, Roddenberry. Your viewpoint is we stopped evolving.
Hmm.
Uh, which is obviously different than Babylon 5, where it's like we're still evolving. We're going to become more powerful. We're going to become like we're going to we're not there yet, right? uh so if you stagnate, then everything stagnates.
Yeah.
And what's great though about this classic era of Star Trek is that, yeah, I mean, the original Star Trek was under the turmoil of the Vietnam War, the race in various other stuff issues that you had going on. The Chicago Eight in Chicago, obviously, well, of course, obviously in Chicago, um, various stuff like that, and and things right in around it, but yet being universal. DS9 more than anything else encompasses that because
Hmm.
now they're going around the turmoil that we had in that time.
Think
Um,
about it. It's post Desert Storm,
yeah.
and again, the civil war that was going on in Yugoslavia.
Hmm.
You have political change. You have Clinton as president,
Yeah. Sorry, I do.
and some of the themes that were being talked about in the '90s.
Right. I mean, even the political upheaval within our own politics. I mean, you had 92, you had William J. Blythe Clinton. Then you had the Republican Revolution 2 years later. I mean, even within our own politics structure, there was a bit of upheaval that I think people seem to want to forget or they want to bury. Uh, and back and forth in that one. But thankfully, that was a peaceful one, which is what we want. But you know, at the time of Next Generation coming out, all we had was the Cold War
Hmm.
coming to an end. We really weren't having things that were hot. We didn't have. It was kind of that calm before the storm type of thing.
Yeah.
And which is hard for somebody, for some people necessarily. It's like, what are we going to play off of? Um, so DS9 was perfect for that. And of course, how can you write conflict when conflict is kind of not happening?
You know which one it was, Tree Rock. He liked to get a Big Mac every time he went out jogging.
Well, I understand what the question there, because remember Hillary called herself the
True.
cult president.
I know. I know.
Funny, didn't see my book go that direction. Never mind. But that's just it. Star Trek is great for that. And the thing is, with the times that we have right now, new Trek should be soaring through the sky, except for one thing: they're not doing Star Trek.
No.
They're
They're
adding
doing
to the
they're doing
bullshit.
us they're doing sci-fi, but not in the vein of Star Trek.
And I'm hesitant to even say sci-fi. To be honest with you.
Okay, it's just a bunch of mindless dribble. I'll just come out and say it.
There we go. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it dribble. Right, really, honestly, you think this would be a perfect time for a Star Trek series if done proper. Except for one thing: we're coming out of an era where you can't question anything. People, especially the last year, have becoming more vocal about questioning things. And that's
Mm-hmm.
what Star Trek is.
Yeah.
Star Trek is about questioning things. It's not about following the just following like a sheep, because you know that there are wolves out there. One of the worst things.
Well,
This is
think about a line from the Federation President, Star Trek Six, The Undiscovered Country, Kurtwood Smith. Just
mhm,
because we can do a thing doesn't mean we must do a thing.
right, and that should always be there. It's like, yeah, the option's there, but I mean, one of the things, and I guess it still pisses me off from Next Generation, is I don't know what, I can't remember what freaking episode it was. I do or what the episode was, or what was fully contained to. I don't even know what who Picard was talking to. I just remember the dialogue, and in rough sense. Here's the paraphrase. Picard's going set back out there is, our job is to go out there, make sure things are all nice and peaceful, blah blah blah, not to be get into a fight and all that. Great, right? Yeah. And
Mm-hmm.
even if they start the fight, we're the ones that were at fault and failed. It's like, excuse me, no, no, no. You're going out with the olive branch, the hand of freedom, everything else. If the other person doesn't give a rip, that's upon them, and you have to defend yourself.
Eh, it almost seemed, I could be wrong. I mean, there's 735 episodes of
Yeah,
Star Trek that we've both seen. Everyone else has seen too. But it almost sounds like he said that in Redemption, getting involved in the civil war between the Klingons.
yeah, it might have been, but I think it was something. Maybe it was. I thought it was something before that, but the thing is what bullshit? If you're doing everything you can to have a peaceful outcome, but they're the ones that opt to, it is not your fault. You are not an error. Maybe the only error that you have is you just foolishly thought that they could be reasoned with. There, that's about the only thing. But you tried.
Yeah.
You made the effort. You are not at fault. Anyone who is the peacekeeper is not at fault. And that right there, and for me, kind of summed it up for what Gene Roddenberry's Star Trek was,
Hmm.
at least for Next Generation. It certainly wasn't that way for the original series, RDS9, or whatever real Star Trek we had. But that one line, I think, summed it up to what the problem of the Next Generation was.
And let's face it, none of the series, including the original series, are perfect.
No, 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 no. I'm not saying that at all.
No,
There's
no.
a lot of turkeys in the original
Well,
series.
I just want to make it clear: the adventure continues. Is not about you know acting like there were no flaws in any of the series under the guidance of Gene Roddenberry or Rick Berman. It's about praising the good, but also
Right,
pointing out the bad.
right. I mean, are we going to praise Spock's brain? Come on,
No,
Gene.
are we gonna praise move? Are we gonna praise move along home? Some people
Yeah,
might like it more than others.
right, yeah, right. And when I said Gene, I meant Gene Coon, because he did the Spock's
Hmm.
brain episode.
Yeah, I know, I know.
Just for the listeners, just in case they got confused. Yeah, and even like the ones I'm praising that helped bring Star Trek along, it didn't necessarily do everything right. Like I said, DC Fontana with Encounter at Farpoint, her part in there. Well, again, we don't see what was fully intended with what she wrote, but I still say even that part was kind of weak for a first episode.
Even the episode of Deep Space Nine Task, I'm not really too fond of that episode.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, granted, it's first season episode,
yeah,
but still, there are some stinkers.
right, right, exactly. And the things I really like is I never liked the Prime Directive. I thought it was too direct. They act so draconian on it. That's why I always loved episodes where they challenged it. It was proper. Oh, these people are about to die, but we have to hold to the prime directive so they don't know that there's life forms out there. What does it matter now? We either get involved now and they know about us, or we let them die. I opt for the first one.
You
We
know,
save them, and then we deal with the consequences after.
you're in the system. You're approaching a planet that has an asteroid coming toward that planet that's going to wipe all life on that planet out. You're there. You might as well intervene.
Hmm.
Intervene on that planet's behalf.
Hmm. Well, what's that episode where Data and they're trying to save the planet, and he's dealing with that young little alien girl who ended up becoming Bobcat Goldthwait's girlfriend. Uh, but again,
Sharzhenko was her name, and played by Nikki Cox. It was the
yeah,
second season. Oh God, come on, Mike, use your brain.
hmm, yeah, I know. There's so much out there. That's the problem.
Yeah. Well,
I
I'm
had
gonna
a meltdown to Nikki
computer,
Cox.
computer, recognize voice authorization.
Not
All right.
working.
No, I
Yeah,
know
and with the pen pals, I think it
somebody's
was
laughing.
pen pals. I think it is.
Yeah, pen pals. That's it.
Mhm,
That's it.
mhm. Right, but here clearly, Data's broken the prime directive by dealing with this young girl.
And Picard does address it in the episode
Mhm. Right.
because he finds out from Data he's
Hmm.
made contact,
Yeah.
and Picard's not too happy about it. That would be a good episode to go through.
Hmm. But you take a look at, okay, what are the ramifications here? We let them die, or someone finds out about us.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't want a group of people to die, so again, we're going to risk this.
Mm-hmm.
We have to risk this because you know they'll be taking the secret to the grave, and that's pretty damn soon. So they'll never know about us, no matter what. It's like
Yeah.
you know sometimes when they get into these arguments with the prime directive, it gets very lame because it comes down to that one factor: the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. And the prime directive should never be that draconian. There's gotta, if you have a draconian rule like that, it's bad because there's always the letter of the law, draconian, and the spirit of the law, where it's like, yeah, we have to follow this as much as we can, but aliens watching Earth must stop the asteroid from destroying the dinosaurs. Just see. Well, again, we don't know. What if the dinosaurs would have evolved into their own species? What if we stopped the line of evolution right there? What if they would by now have this great society and that surpasses all? Or maybe they blew themselves to hell in a war. We don't know. It's like the episode of Star Trek Enterprise where you have basically two species, even though they look kind of identical. You can kind of sit back and say Homo sapiens and the Neanderthal together. And the Neanderthal ones with intelligence are dying out, but the other one isn't. And they're trying to keep alive. And Archer finds the cure.
Mm-hmm.
He can save these people, but it would cause a stunt in the evolution of the other group of people. So we'll just draconially keep this away and let this group of people die out instead of coming up with even more ideas. It's like, okay, now we have this problem. This opens up a can of worms. Now let's uh, instead of letting this group that could be saved and continue on and maybe go into a new evolutionary path, uh, we can do something, but keep it to the point that the other one gets done. Maybe, okay, we can do this, but we have to move you somewhere else. We have to lessen your interaction with this group of people. I'm going to throw in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy here. The B arc crashing on the Earth. The crew of the B arc, the most worthless group of people that came from the planet that sent them out, becomes what we know as man, but the true species The cavemen, which are the computing parts of the great galactic computer to try to figure out what the question to the life, the universe, and everything is, because we know the answer 42, dies out.
Mm-hmm.
You see, it's not a cut and dry thing, and that's what's wonderful. That episode ended with such a. Again, this is a situation where Archer should have gotten kicked in the balls several times. This is the part where you had a heartless bastard instead of someone who actually, let's try to think this through. Come on, crew, let's get together. And for Christ's sake, don't tell these people you have the cure and tell them fuck off. At least have the decency to lie to them. We tried everything we could. And then you could end up following through with a Cisco thing with Archer sitting back saying, would I do it again? Just like in the Pale Moonlight.
Mm-hmm.
And see the struggle that he has. Archer has no struggle. I'm going to be a fucking bastard. I got my towel right here, Tree Rock. I always have a towel with me. You never know. And see, and that's one of the poor things, and of course you can see where Enterprise was running out of steam for Star Trek. It's an episode like that. It should have been far better than it was. And I know it was something that we should have a prime directive. Well, now you just showed us how soulless that prime directive is.
Mm-hmm.
The Federation is not about being soulless.
It's all because Reed lost his communicator.
Mm-hmm.
And it's
So,
good to see Spock's Friday nights here.
hey,
We need a
oh,
logical Vulcan with us.
yeah, he always violates the prime directive, man. He's always
He's a
doing it.
Vulcan.
Yeah, man.
Violating the Prime Directive would be illogical, Mr. Tag.
Until they hit the bong, get a little bit of the geek. He's like, yeah, man, I'm rebellious. I'm like Cybok. That's what you should be. Cybok's Friday nights. There we go. So again, that was one of the big drops that Enterprise had.
Yeah.
We need to again. It's like, okay, we're starting to show a little bit of that era where we're not going to think things through, and then we're going to start getting preachy.
And you know what? We will discuss a lot more of this on future episodes of The Adventure Continues. But I do appreciate you giving your thoughts on where No Man Has Gone Before, Baron, and I'm sure
And
everybody's
everything else.
still waiting for us to get to our first article for today's show. And
So I'm sorry. I'm so
no.
this was
See,
supposed to be like 10 minutes.
this is what happens when we get on the subject of Star Trek.
Mm-hmm. Sausage, no.
We love Star Trek. We love real Star Trek.
Short answer, yes. Okay. Yeah,
So,
I mean,
ladies and
this is supposed to be about 10 minutes recap of that, and now here we are, 1 hour 35 minutes. Okay. I'm feeling
but
better now, Mike. I'm feeling
yeah.
better now, Mike.
But you
Obviously.
know, it's more lenient to do that here on Pop Talk because we're not keeping it under a time constraint like I'm trying to keep it for
Mhm.
The Adventure Continues.
Well, and more importantly, again, like you said, you don't want that to be like pop talk. Well, we just gone through 1 hour and 34 minutes of not being like pop talk. 1 hour, 34 minutes like last night. And it just shows you, everybody out there, we can switch gears up, especially when we get passionate. It's when you throw
Mhm.
an article at us that we go nuts.
Always distracted by a squirrel. Yeah, probably when I play squirrel with a gun, which I have.
Oh, shiny
But
thing!
but
Hey, you want to hear something? You want to hear something?
that's all part of fandom, folks.
You want to
We
hear
get
something?
on one topic, the other topics, it's like they could wait.
Yeah. You want to hear something? You want to hear something? Touch it. Squirrel! Squirrel! She's just giving me the FU look. Normally, when I go squirrel, the ears goes up and she starts barking. Okay, you let me down for the last time. But you're going down to the shelter tomorrow. Okay.
And anonymous being being anonymous.
Da-doo-doo-doo-doo.
And Spock says, "I'm Spock, not Cybok. I
Mhm.
stay logical even when I'm lit."
You know what? You need to come out with a book, just like Leonard Nimoy did. I am not Cybok. There you go. Do a stream like that.
Yes, yes, yes. You're right, Tree Rock. But here we are going into the first article, folks. I appreciate everybody patiently waiting for us to
I think
get
they
to
liked
it.
it. I hope they liked it. You better have liked it. This is
All right, we have this article from Fandom Pulse. It was posted on the 23rd of this month. It's by John F. Trent, formerly of Bounding into Comics. And I know John F. Trent also writes articles for that Park Place as well. I am posting the link to the article as we speak.
I'm going to ask a stupid question. Are those two related to each other, or is he just working for two different entities? I'm just curious.
I don't know if they're related to one another or if they're separate. I
Yeah, I'm just curious.
In other words, I don't have the answer for you, Baron.
In other words, shut up, Baron. I don't care. Let's get on with a freaking story. Okay, I understand.
No, no, I don't
No,
have the answer, and I'm not going to try to play it off like I do have an answer.
no, I know. I just,
You- You're feeling good. I know you are.
I'm feeling better than I was this morning. Like I said, I woke up like Kevin. I was,
Yeah, and you're probably thinking the moment I saw you pop in, I was gonna ring you up one, and no,
yeah,
no, it happens, Baron.
yeah.
I've been
Oh
there.
yeah. But I mean, I was deserving of it if it did happen. So I'm cool. I'm cool.
No, you know, with everything going on, why am I gonna lose my shit because you weren't able to make it last night? No.
Because I'm a perfect target. Actually, no, Cassius. Never mind. Okay, back to you, Mike. I'm an asshole.
Yeah, well, Anonymous is here too, so you're not the only one, and you know
How many assholes we got on this ship, anyhow? I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
and, and Cash is that one guy sitting down because Cash isn't here.
Yep. I'm not here, man.
But he said he's going to be here Wednesdays, so we'll see. We'll see.
I'm not holding my freaking breath. Let's just put it that
No.
way. Oh, hi, Mouse.
So we have this article from Fandom Pulse that says Sweet Baby Inc. employee reveals company repeatedly pressured client to inject woke agenda. Again, this
Shock.
was posted on the 23rd of this month by John F. Trent. And it
You know,
says,
I'm going
hmm,
to add a clip that probably get played just as much as the hell you say. I think we should have Fry going, I'm shocked. I'm shocked. No, I'm not.
hmm, hey, if you can find it, let me know.
I'm going to hunt it down. I got a couple I need to add. No, he's at the soup kitchen. Animal.
Honestly, I don't know what he's doing. He just sent a message last night saying, "See you Wednesday."
He's on the corner proselytizing. He's out there screaming, bear, no, no, say no to bear sex. Shame, shame on you all.
But it says Sweet Baby Inc. employee Cameron Wild, who claims to be non binary, revealed how he and his company wore down a client in order to inject his woke representation into a game. A clip of Wild discussing his tactics to get creative changes through was discovered and subsequently shared by YouTube channel Gothic Therapy. In the clip, Wild says, It was a situation where the identity of the characters was fairly important that we get it right. And in this situation, actually, we had to have a more heart to heart, really foundational conversation about these are some of the experiences that you are necessarily going to invoke, or some of the messages that you are going to invoke, some of the implications that you are going to invoke, regardless of whether you want to or not. Let me get rid of this. It's not a question of like, are you doing it well? Are you doing it badly? It's just there. And so here are the options for how that could go. But see, here, okay, I do have an issue with this thought process. You are not the main character of the game. You need to separate yourself from the main character of the game, regardless of the situation.
Hmm.
Don't
Well,
insert your own personal politics, your own personal beliefs into the character of the game. And that goes for movies and TV as well.
and not only that, he's sitting back saying we had discussion. No, you're berating them,
Hmm.
you piece of shit.
It says this was a pretty unique situation where they were willing to take days out of their time to talk with us about it. He continued, I think in that situation, it was as a marginalized person, I felt myself very vulnerable and being brutally honest of just like, hey, I think what you're doing is not cool. And then being met with a less than optimal response to that. Well, unfortunately, life isn't full of roses and unicorns and sprinkles. Life
You
is
know,
rough. Life is
it's,
hard.
it comes down to this.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Yep. And Snorty's got it right here.
He always does. Hmm. No such
Yeah.
thing.
Okay. And then it goes on to say, and then being met with a less than optimal response to that, and then having to say it again, and then again, and again. Yeah, because
Neg.
you're trying to intimidate them. You're trying to
Hmm.
force your point of view onto the ones that are creating this game.
Hmm.
Because you're saying that you're being marginalized, you're saying that you're not being represented.
Yeah.
Again, this isn't about you. That's the whole problem with a lot of creatives anymore. It's narcissism,
Yeah.
making it all about them. No, you have to insert my agenda, my beliefs into this property or else.
Well, it's even worse than that. Sweet Baby Inc. is not even part of the creative process. They're a quote unquote consultant to come in to berate them.
And that's what they've been doing.
They're like the political officers that get put on board Russian ships to make sure everybody's in line or else.
So the article goes on to say what I have taken out of that in hindsight is know where your personal and professional limit is. Choose your battles. Unfortunately, there are a lot of people today who don't know that lesson. Choose your battles. Decide, is this really important to argue about right now, or should I hold back and wait?
Well, sadly, Mike, for them, this is something to choose their battle because it's all that's all about. This is the only thing they can have an identity about is being a quote unquote victim. They have nothing more to go on than to be the eternal victim, no matter what. Oh, poor is me. Wham, wham, look at me, narcissism. So yeah, for them, this is the battle to choose because it's their existence. If he took that away from them, they'd be lost. If he took that away from them, honestly,
They would have nothing to get on that hill and die for.
Right, exactly. Basically, if it was this, honestly, that's what they'd be. I mean, they're already a step there. You're talking about a group of people that scream that they almost unalive themselves because someone misgendered them and how they're shaking and they can't handle it. And I got to go away because I can't, just because someone misgendered me or called me the wrong thing. Excuse me, if you lose your shit about that and decide that life is not living because someone accidentally called them, and this could be an accident too, because they're dressed up as a man, and you say, "Hey, hi, sir," and it's like you're misgendering me. What's to go off of? And if that makes it that you are that fragile, you should you should be in that padded cell. You are a danger not only to yourself but to others because who knows what you can unload on. Sorry, not sorry about saying this. These people are mentally unbalanced and they're dangerous, and they should be locked away. What is the proper response if you accidentally get misgendered by someone? It's like, nice to meet you. By the way, I just want to let you know I prefer to go this way if you don't mind.
Hmm.
But no, they don't ever go that way, and they come in with the hammer and berate you and belittle you, and then say about how they're falling apart. I'm sorry, I don't want anybody like that around me, my children, anything. I want them as
Hmm.
far away as possible because not because they are non-binary, has nothing to do with it, but because you're fucking crazy and insane. And I hold that's the hill I will die on. And this is not an attack on anybody who might be trans or someone who, identifies it. Someone who, again, let's go with the litmus test. Are you cool? These
That's the
people aren't.
litmus test you and I have, and several other people have. Are you
Right.
cool? Are you gonna at least listen to what I have to say and give your response in a thoughtful manner without having to screech to the high heavens?
Hmm. I mean, we have people in our community that are trans, right?
Right?
Do we have a problem with that? No. Why? They
No.
passed the litmus test. They're cool. Do we point it out? No. Hey, look, this is the trans person I'm friends with, blah, blah, blah. No, we're not an ally. I'm nobody. I'm not a freaking ally. I'm a
If
friend to
you're
people who are
if
cool.
you're cool with me, I'll be cool with you,
Right.
and vice versa.
Hmm. This person needs to be in a cell, padded. Maybe electroshock therapy. Maybe that will help out. It does help out with some people, believe it or not. Our former governor got electroshock therapy, Mark Dayton, because he's absolutely a nutter, or was. I mean, he's still a nutter, but he's not governor. We got the other one that needs electroshock therapy.
And of course, the quote here goes on to finish what he was saying. Decide as much as you can which hills you are willing to die on and which maybe you would rather not, he advised. Yeah, but see, that's the thing. That's a lesson you should be learning as you're growing older. That
Mhm.
someone should be teaching you, whether it be a parent, grandparent, an aunt, an uncle, someone you look up to. That's a lesson you should be learning as you grow up in life.
Right.
That was a lesson that both my parents taught me. Choose your battles.
Hmm. And think.
Hmm.
Think.
Use your head, not
Hmm.
your emotion. And it goes on to say the clip concluded with him saying, I think that really will serve you well and get very specific about your priorities. Be willing to let certain things go, but that comes with experience. That's not something that I knew in the moment. I think in hindsight, I will say I wish I had been a little less vulnerable. And so that is a very valuable piece of information that I now have about myself. Again, just because you see somebody, on screen, a comedian, for example, say the word retarded. How many times is that word used? How many times have I heard it myself growing up? What's
I
wrong?
bite my tongue because I want to say it a lot of times when we do our show, but I do that out of respect to you. But oh, I do want to drop it.
But how many times have we heard that word, especially in modern times? And like I said, I've grown up with cerebral palsy. I've been called that word many times. I I've told Baron and Kesh I don't want to hear that word only because I've been called it so many times. I know I'm not retarded,
Hmm.
but I've heard it so many times, and I think it's overused.
Hmm.
And if somebody
Yeah.
has a problem with that, well, put yourself in my shoes.
Hmm.
Is what I'm gonna say. Put yourself in my shoes.
Hmm. The very few times I use it in the proper
Hmm.
context. Basically, it's not advancing. On the contrary, it's going the other direction,
Yeah,
which is, I think is perfectly cromulent. But I still hold off saying that, even unless it really needs to be said.
yeah. Which I've told both you and Cash. As long as you use it in the correct context, I don't mind you saying it. It's again one of those things you hear it everywhere now.
You, that just bring a funny point. In when I was working for Subway, there was a process where we retarded the bread, and that's the
Yeah,
actual.
don't worry, don't worry.
I know.
One of my
I know
one of
that.
my first one of my first jobs, Pizza Hut. What did you have to
Hmm.
do? You had to retard the dough.
Hmm.
I didn't take offense to that.
No, no, because it's being used properly. I just found it funny. That
Yeah,
would be
yeah.
throughout time. It's like, you know, another thing too is this is one of the funny things. People who are retarded don't necessarily get offended when that's used because they know a lot of them do know where it's being directed at.
Yeah.
And and growing up, and you can attest to this. There was actually the two. It changed, but retarded was never really used. It was the other one, which was the meaning of saying that, listen, you got a brain, you're not using it.
Hmm.
And that's what the insult was being directed more for, is you're being an absolute idiot. And you know it's bad when you do have someone who's mentally retarded turning around and calling you that. And yes, I've seen it happen.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just trying to give folks the perspective from my
Hmm.
shoes
Yeah.
because I have cerebral palsy and because I walk the way I do.
Hmm.
People would automatically say the word retarded. And I heard it so many times, I just got tired of hearing it. It's like, no, I'm not retarded. This is why I walk the way I do. If they couldn't handle that explanation, I would walk away.
See, Mike, I would have bullied you by calling you a gimp. Yeah, you say, hey, you know, coming from a latter life gimp myself, I'm a gimp of the latter days.
I could still outrun you.
Yeah, I know you can. Hey, there was a time when I used to run fast. My legs were powerful. Now it's like ready, set, thunk on the ground, and you're.
ready, ready, set, check the engine light.
Yes.
That comes on.
Hey, Tree Rock, I judge you all the time.
Barrett and I judge each other all the time, but we're still here.
Well, just a second here. I want to go in there. It's like, no, judging people isn't dumb because we do that all the time. People judge you by the words you use is something that was used by a company about helping your talk better. Use better English. Me speak English. That's me fail English. That's impossible. But that's just it. We do, and we always do a prejudge. Prejudice comes from prejudging, right? So you see someone coming in, they got you know the mohawk, the leather jackets, the weird makeup tattoos all over the place, piercings all over, and you have a
Hey,
job
Barrett,
for
you don't
a.
have to describe the way I look when I'm done on Pop Talk. Come on, man.
That's Mike, yeah, and you're applying for a job as a receptionist. What's going to happen? The person that is judging qualifications is going to prejudge. They're saying, no, you're not what we need, even though you might be the most lovely human being on the face of the earth, right? Or, you go on the street, you see someone who's dressed like a thug, doesn't matter what the color is. Everyone screams about, oh, you're being racist because it's to a certain ethnicity. But no, anybody who dresses like a dirty thug, with white, black, Asian, it doesn't matter, right? You the disposition of survival comes in. So you just prejudge that person. They are a danger. I'm going to try to avoid them. But you see someone in a three-piece suit, and it's like, oh yeah, okay, I'd rather be walking in there. But
Uh,
meanwhile, the difference is those kids over there are just having a grand old time and not doing a problem. The guy in a three-piece suit is a hitman.
yeah, the guy in the three-piece suit is, you know, selling the company under.
Right, right. You know, judge not ye be judged has been taken out of context. It's basically the majority of it is about faith. It's like, don't judge someone uh, with their faith by the dog and pony show that they have. And remember, if you're going to judge them, it's going to come back to you. It's going to be on your word too. If you're doing the dog and pony show and you're accusing whatever of not being a true follower and you're just as dirty, well, boom. But if you do have that moral high ground, and yes, we do have moral high ground in situations, especially when it comes to judging. That's why we
Mm-hmm.
have judges, right? And we, as human beings, we can judge. We know the scumbags out there that we don't want to deal with, especially on this platform. Not naming names, but you know what? We've just judged them from personal experience. They're
Mm-hmm.
judged, and hopefully, I'm not acting like those schmucks.
I mean, think about it. We could all come across somebody who, the moment we see them, we just have a bad feeling about them.
Right.
That's our instinct kicking in.
Mm-hmm. See, the one thing about you bring about that one up, that's great about judge not easy to be judged is it's a warning. It's not saying you don't judge. It just says be careful.
Mm-hmm.
It's not justifying the false judges. Yeah, I'm talking about Cash. You're absolutely right, Tree Rock. And that's just it. Again, when you just get I'm just going to take one verse, take it out of context, and use it for the rest of my life, and then I'm going to shame those that might be of the faith by doing it and show how morally superior I am. Yeah, you're absolutely right. These things are dangerous. It's like do unto others as you have them do unto you. That's as much of a blessing, a warning, and a curse. Because you start going around there and start treating people like crap. Oh, do unto others as before they do unto you or stuff like that. Guess what happens? It comes back and bites you. It's as much
It,
of a curse as it is a blessing if you go out there and treat people kind. Judge not, easy be judged. Well, yeah, I mean, again, if you're judging someone, you're going to be judged yourself.
and you know what? I've been criticized for being nice to people, even to people that are treating me like shit.
All the time I do that to them. I just berate them after a show. Why are you being nice to animals? Come on, man.
But here's how I look at it, Baron.
Mhm.
Just because they treat me like shit doesn't mean I have to do so in return.
Exactly. It's called taking the high ground.
And this article continues to say Wild's comments are not surprising. Sweet Baby Inc. CEO Kim Belair infamously advised during the 2019 Game Developers Conference that developers at AAA studios should terrorize their employers in order to hire woke consultants that push the woke agenda. She said, if you're creating creative working in AAA, which I did for many years, put this stuff up to your higher ups, and if they don't see the value and what you're asking for when you ask for consultants, when you ask for research, go have a coffee with your marketing team and just terrify them with the possibility of what's going to happen if they don't give you what you want. See, acting like a 2-year-old child not getting their way because you're not giving them the toy that they want.
Well, you know what this is she just absolutely or it or whatever the fuck it is. It just destroyed themselves because first they're saying we're doing this way and then following through. No, we terrorize. That should be
Oh,
the important part.
it's showing that they're an endangerment to not only themselves but to the work environment. You're there to develop games.
Mm-hmm.
You're not there to preach.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Well, yeah. And again, Sweet Baby Inc. is not even technically part of the group. They're a consultant.
I know that, but what I'm
No, that's the
saying,
point. You have a consultant coming in, and what are they doing? Instead of giving suggestions like what they're paid for, they're terrorizing. That's not what
how,
a consultant does. Yeah, you
no,
have some lively debates. You need that.
a consultant is
Okay.
there to make suggestions.
Mhm.
Whether
Yeah.
the company decides to take those into consideration
Yeah.
is up to that company. But Sweet Baby Inc. is bullying these companies. Plain and simple.
Hmm.
You
They are
better do
bullies.
it. You better do it or else. You
Hmm.
know, if I owned a business and I'm trying to have this business flourish, and some client threatens me, says you better do this or else, I'll tell them, there's the door,
Hmm. See,
get
that
out.
goes into yeah, and that goes into the other misconstrued saying: the customer is always right. The customer is always right does not mean the customer or the client can come in, bully around, and scream and holler until they get their way because they're right. They're the customer. No, the customer's always right goes to the fact that you are a buggy whip maker, the best buggy whip maker in the entire world. And the Model T comes along. And then you start, people come in and go, hey, I need a horn for my Model T. Do you have any? No, but I got this buggy whip, best made. No, okay, bye. And that keeps on happening. And you don't change. Well, the customer is always right is in the supply and demand. Somewhere along the line, the buggy whip maker goes, hey, maybe we should get into the horn business. And while we're at it, what are the parts that we can put on this freaking Model T? That's the customer's always right.
Mhm.
What is my customer? What has the dynamic changed in the business? Okay, we are a dying business. Yeah, we're people are still going to need buggy whips no matter what. You got people today that still need buggy whips, but we need horns more because the
Mhm.
car is overtaken. That's the customer's always right, and more businesses need to start doing that. Especially when you get these freaking Karens coming in and being the absolute bitches that they are, you just need to turn around and say, "Get the hell out," and not be afraid of them.
Mhm. And she went on to say, because they have to consider, I say that out loud as a joke, but it's actually very, very true. Because if you start to consider the people who are player and audience facing, and you have to deal with mitigating harm and with keeping the sentiment around their game and their project positive, there's like a genuine value that you could impress upon them both ethically and financially. You could say this is important, she said, but what you are missing the point on, Miss Belair, is that a lot of us don't play games to get preached at with social messaging. A lot of us play games just like going to the movies or watching a television show or reading a book for escapism.
Right.
We want to
And this
be
is
in a world that isn't like our own.
mhm. Well, and again, this goes in that category. The customer's always right. You're pushing a narrative or pushing whatever where the customer doesn't want, and it's evident with the flops that we've had with these AAA
Mm,
games. I mean, granted, some of them did go through and become giants. I mean, you have Bear Gate 3,
you know,
where
but there was Star Wars Outlaws.
mhm,
That that bombed.
yeah. Oh, yeah, some of these. What was that one that basically only lasted a couple days before the game?
Concord. Concord.
Concord. Thank you. Look at that. I mean, almost a record, I think, of basically being yanked,
Hmm.
if not having it. I
And,
mean,
and let's not forget Kill the Justice League. That
mhm.
game was a disaster.
And why? Because they were not going to where the customer is right. And that's the laws of supply and demand and what is desired out there. What is the trend? What is your customer base really liking? So you just regressed. Notice I didn't use the other word, which would have been appropriate, to selling a buggy whip to these people that need horns, and then calling them all sorts of names because you don't have a buggy whip in your car.
Hmm. The
Or
article
want one.
goes on. Yeah. The article goes on to say Blair elaborated, it's also a valid discussion to have because if you're working with a thin narrative budget and you work in AAA, I think you'll be pleasantly surprised or dismayed by the amount of money that marketing can give you.
Okay, you just said one of the problems right there.
Yep.
Thin narrative line. Is that what it was? Did I quote it right?
Yeah,
Thin narrative line?
yes. Thin
There's
narrative
your
budget.
problem. Yeah, there's your budget. The problem. That's where budget should go, is the narrative, what the story is about, what you're doing in there. And then everything else falls into place afterwards. The graphics, the gameplay, all that, and you work hard on that. And again, you just turned around because you were already saying terrorize, and now we need to have that discussion. Your discussion is berating people. You have no discussion. My way or the highway, or we're going to cause problems for you.
Hmm. And that's what's been happening.
Yeah.
And it's evident by what Bel Air's been saying.
Hmm.
In the same presentation, Bel Air also revealed how she attempted to pressure a developer into changing a Frenchman's race. She said, I once worked on a project where they had an all white cast where they expressed their desire, okay, we need to mix it up a bit. How about this character's like stereotypically French? So they have a beret and they have like a striped shirt. And I was like, okay, if you need to do that, can we at least make them a person of color? And they said, oh no, that would be weird. They're already French. I think in that statement I think there's more context to that.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to sit back and go is, first of all, I call bullshit. I need to find that so I can play it. Where's the receipts on that? What game are you talking about? Now, I don't mind the fact that you wanted to take a Frenchman out of a game. I'm for that. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I jest. But the thing is look at this hypocrisy bullshit. I want you to take a stereotype out to put another stereotype in.
Hmm.
That's basically what this person said. Make him a stereotype character, stereotype of a person of color. I'm going to stop right there because I could get this channel in trouble because I could throw all the stereotypes out there that, oh, you want this, this, and this, and this. You're a moron.
You know, for as many times as activists like to push a narrative, they're the biggest perpetrators of the narrative of calling people who don't agree with them politically racist when they're in fact the racist.
Well, they're the
Th-
racist in the
They're in
sense.
fact the bigots.
Hmm. I mean, we're all bigoted. We are all bigoted. There's some part of bigotry about us. Uh, you know, it's ingrained because somebody did us wrong, and we have to fight that bigotry to not associate it with whatever group they're part. Right?
Hmm.
It's a battle. I mean, again, it goes into that reflex of survival. You screwed me over. I'm not trusting you, nor the people that you associate with. Right?
Right.
So, uh, but again, it's a battle. We have to keep on reminding ourselves it's a small percentage, or is that just that person? Does not reflect everybody out there. You're doing a good job, lady, of making people bigoted by shooting your mouth off, or lady, guy, whatever the hell you are. You have not made your case. In fact, you made it worse. I was screaming at the TV the other day, listening to a couple people. They had the courtroom thing, and I keep on yelling, "Quit giving the white supremacists ammunition!" Because every excuse and what you're trying to sit back and say to this judge is a horrible stereotype, and being that's coming out of your mouth is giving validity to them. Shut up! I was actually louder screaming at the TV. The dogs are barking.
And Anonymous says he fights his bigotry every time Pop Talk comes on YouTube.
That's okay. I understand, Animos. I fight my bigotry every time I see you in the chat. So
Is it this guy? This guy?
it's Cash. He's
Both?
not here.
Or if it's the guy that's not here.
It's Cash. You know he and Cash have that.
We know Cash is listening. He's always listening.
You goobers. No, I mean everything you're going in there, you're causing more and more people not to dislike you or your group.
If you're
But
only
the
going
responding kind.
if you're only going in there to cause trouble in the workplace, I don't want you there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want you there disrupting the work of other employees who are trying to get their job done.
Are my multi-million-dollar project.
Mm-hmm.
Not just the employee, but the end game, the thing that we're supposed to be making money on.
Yeah. Because even the new Saints Row that was released a couple years ago, that failed because they put messaging in it.
Right.
That's not what people who were fans of Saints Row wanted.
Mm-hmm. Basically, in many ways, they want a game that's in many ways neutral, just storytelling and adventure.
Mm-hmm.
You're not there. I mean, especially if you got a shooter. I want to go in there and go pew pew pew. No, we're going to have to stop and identify with the person that we're going pew 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 at. Are we really the baddies here? No, unless of course that's the nature of the game is for jokes, like uh, uh, Helldiver 2. I mean, which is part of the joke. We are the baddies.
Yeah.
But this person absolutely showed with what they're writing about the schizophrenia, and yeah, I'm going to say it, schizophrenia that they're having. This person was all over the place. First, we got to discuss. Then we bully. We really bully, but we get discuss. It's one or the other, not both. And
Yeah. See,
like
that's the thing, Baron. They want it to be both. They want to have it both ways.
But the
They
thing
won't
is,
settle for one way.
yeah. But the thing is it's not both ways. It's just full fledged bullying. There is no discussion. They come in and they threat, and threat. They're corporate business terrorists. And you're so and let's face it, these companies that hire them, you get what you deserve.
Mm-hmm.
You knew what these people were.
These companies make their bed, and now they're lying it, and now they're suffering.
Right. You didn't have the balls or the ovaries because I don't want to leave the women out of this. And this is coming from Betty White. That's one of her little things. Is why does everybody say about the balls and all that? It should be look at women with ovaries. We give birth, so you don't have the balls nor the ovaries to stand up to this. You deserve what you get, and the fact that you're paying them and you brought them in and didn't fire them, close that contract because of the good faith isn't there. It's your fault. You're just to blame. And it's a poor staff that's trying to bring out the best they can that
Mm-hmm.
suffers from it. That's why a lot of these people have left. That's why you had to let go of a lot of these people because they don't fit in no more. Primarily, ka-ching wise.
Yep.
And now we
Like
get
you're
these
saying,
indies
Barrett,
coming.
because these companies aren't making money on games like Concord, for example, or Star Wars Outlaws, these companies look at their bottom line and they see that they're not in the black as they were hoping to be with the release of the game and the sales of the game. No, they're in the red. So in order
Right.
to stop the bleeding, they have to cut how many employees that they currently employ.
When the big thing is the cut they should have had was Sweet Baby Inc. But no,
Hmm.
like a Stockholm syndrome being abused all the time. What do? We keep on going back to the abuser and blame those that are trying to help. I mean, contraband police. Third, basically, indie game from overseas, right? European. Back in November 25th of last year, they hit 1 million copies sold. 1 million. Do you ever hear that? Do the game developers, the people that report on games come out there and say, "Hey, look at this! This little indie has 1 million copies sold, and more since then, obviously, enough to influence them to do a DLC later on this year to expand the universe that they're in."
Hmm.
They didn't need Sweet Baby Inc. They didn't need to
No.
have a huge budget, but they're kicking your ass, and they don't have to charge huge amounts. They don't have to charge 60, 70, 80, 100 freaking dollars for the game.
Well, it's just like the game Repo. That's a European developer,
Yeah.
independent, and
Hmm.
that game's been doing well. And people have been asking, well, could you add, this content? Could you add that content? Because they're a small company with
Hmm.
only a handful of people working on the game, there are certain things they would like to do, but they can't do it because they don't have the budget.
Right. I mean, Contraband Police is $30 right now. I think it went up a little bit, but I think that's involved with the fact of inflation and all that. But it goes on sale. So you can drop down cheaper. This is affordable. This is what games should be priced at.
Hmm.
Really? Right? Another game, uh, Police Simulator. Right? You have that one, which is a hit out there in the sense that people buying it.
Hmm.
And they have, of course, some various DLCs on there now, adding on because it's so popular. $29, or if you want to go for the gold edition, $40. If you want to have a couple of little extras along with it, and of course, very moderately priced DLCs you can add on there, or packs if you want to add on there, that don't break the bank, but yet it's popular. They're out there. It's from Germany. Again, an indie developer. Uh, Honestly, why?
Hmm.
Can't the big ones understand that when they see this?
No,
Of
no,
course, they live in.
it's just like when a movie like Godzilla minus one comes out.
Hmm.
Hollywood can't understand the fact that you don't have to have these 300, $400 million budgeted movies
Hmm.
produced to get folks to come into the theater. Just
Hmm.
have a good story and everything will come together. Of course,
How?
I know it takes more than just a good story, but
Mhm.
you don't have to break the bank to make these movies.
No.
You don't have to break the bank to make these games as long as it's entertaining. I mean,
Hmm.
let's face it, Repo doesn't have the most advanced graphics,
Hmm.
but that's not why people play it. They play it because you can join your friends, you can try to grab loot while avoiding different monsters.
Hmm. Police Simulator doesn't have those top end Boulder Gate graphics or Contraband Police, but they're still good, and
Hmm.
it's the game. Here's another one, Valheim, right?
Yep.
Valheim. Oh, by the way, Contraband Police. I think one of the developers or whatnot is out of
I'll
Norway.
be right back,
Yeah.
Baron.
Oh, sure. You have Valheim, another indie, right? Another indie. You can get that for 19.99, and it's a co-op game if you want. Just like also Police Simulator, because you can add a friend to it. Well, I mean, I only bring that up. Yeah, I know it's self promotion. Remember, 5 o'clock Central Daylight Time on Bear Norman Take Phantom Legacy. Same thing with Police Simulator on Wednesdays. Yeah, I'm doing that. Uh, but I bring that up because these are games I'm playing. So I'm not pulling stuff out of my butt, just listing off games I don't play. These are games I am playing, and I love them, and they're fun. And it, just as much as I love the big tier game like Space Marine 2, Dark Tide, Vermintide 2, uh, those games as well. I mean, those are the ones that have big budgets, and they're hell of a lot of fun. I want to play, but the reason why it sticks to what it's about. And it's Warhammer and Warhammer 40K. What's the main theme? Go out and smash the enemy. See how much blood and gore you can make, and do it for the Emperor or for Sigmar. You know, I mean, as we're talking, I'm just going through my list. I have, uh, the Dark Forces Redux they come out with, right? Remastering an old game from 1995, I believe. Mike can correct me on that, but I think it's 95, right? And that went out there and sold. What's the basic premise of the game? Beat the Empire. Find out what's with the Dark Trooper project along the way. It's a shooter game with some puzzles involved in it. What we want in games. And if we want a more story rich driven game like an RPG, in a sense like Baldur's Gate, or a down the line you want to have, Pathfinder has one. There's other D&D games you can play online. Other role playing games in the sense you got the Japanese role playing game. What you want to have that story rich experience, not contemplate doing push ups because you gave the wrong uh, pronoun to a effed up character that you have, such as in what that Dragon Age or Woke Age game that came out, where it's just absolutely worthless. It's like, what purpose is this in the game? The purpose of the game is to get from point A to point B with the story and become the hero.
Well,
I
it's
like
just like
flipping.
it was just like playing Scroll of the Gun. Your whole
Mhm.
purpose was to get the golden acorn.
Yeah,
But the funny concept about the game is that you're playing as a squirrel holding various firearms.
I had to tell Mike about it, and he fell in love with it. And Tree Rock, I love being the Imperials and whipping the rebel scum. Yeah, I mean, it's a silly game. We like that too. I mean, just like what Party Animals, right? Silly game.
Yeah.
Among Us, a silly game. Oh, I know it's very hard to play Rebels in that game. That's why I like the Empire, and we win. Or if you want to go with the what's his name, the smuggling end, play those guys. That can be a hard one too. I mean, I want to play Sim City. Oh no, now you got to put space bases in there. No, that's not the purpose of the thing. You build a city and you make sure people are happy. Oh yeah. And when you get the Death Star involved, to quote my good friend 24/7 Fusion Media, great to have you back, by the way. We're gonna blow some shit up. There we go.
I need to get him back here on Pop Talk.
Yes, we need him here. We need this. I need to bully him into getting the Kings back. There, see, I'm gonna go Sweet Baby Ink on him. Yeah, the fail guard. Yeah, Dragon Age fail guard. Yeah, I mean, you take a look at the BS they had in there. That could have been a good RPG game,
Hmm.
but
Although
no.
Jace played it and he liked it. And
Hmm.
another game that we were wary about it. We
Mm.
talked about how we were wary about it, but Indiana Jones and the Great Circle.
Hmm.
I ended up playing it and enjoying it.
Hmm. I am very happy about that too.
Hmm.
I mean, you went in there, you did it on your Game Pass, and you played it just like you said, and it's like, whoa, thank God! And it gave a nice send off for Tony Todd.
It did, and of course, I know Tree Rock. I know you're gonna say, "You sure you enjoyed it, Mike?" Because that last part, it took you a while to get through it.
He loves
I
his
still,
game.
I still enjoyed the overall experience with the game. No game out there is absolutely perfect,
Oh hell no, none of it. Yeah.
but there are games out there. Maybe they don't have the biggest budget in the world, but you can still have fun. Heck, even playing a game like Headliners I've been playing with Fat Steven and Shane and a few other people.
Oh yeah, that one.
Yeah, that's a fun, simple game.
Mm-hmm. Broforce.
Yeah, Force.
That is an absolutely stupid game, but it's fun. That's what we want.
Yeah, it's a stupid game because of the concept taking place in the 80s, but the fact that you get to play as these spoof of popular characters like Rambo, RoboCop, Indiana Jones, Judge
Ripley.
Dredd, Ripley, yeah.
And the thing is
Yeah,
it'll switch on you
and
too.
even the various Arnold characters, you get to play, as this character from Commando or the Terminator. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is you don't get the chance to pick. It does it for you, so it's like, okay, I can live with that. Oh, let's throw another one in there. Ghostbusters. How often have we sat back and said this should have been a movie? It feels like you're in the movie.
yeah. The
The
Ghostbusters game that
Echo.
came out
Yeah.
in
Spirits Unleashed.
Spirits Unleashed, but also let's not forget the 2009 Ghostbusters game,
Yeah. I
which
didn't think
which
that was bad.
I did one stream of it, and I haven't gone back to it, but I still have the game. It's like, Mike, you got to get back to that Ghostbusters game. Yeah, I beat my PS3 copy when it first came out, but I got to get back to that game.
Shame on you. Shame. I mean, I just kind of scroll through the list of games I have on Steam and all that. I need to play RoboCop Rogue City, but what again? What was RoboCop? Boom, RoboCop. This should have been a sequel.
Nice segue there. Nice segue.
You're welcome, man. See, I'm good.
Nice segue because, ladies and gentlemen, I've got the link here. We're going to watch it because, unlike movie and TV trailers, we can actually watch game trailers for the most part without getting zinged. So,
I'm sorry, I don't laugh at that. I keep on thinking of our poor friend, Apion.
yeah. What what happened to his channel? It's not right.
Mm-hmm.
It's not right. Now, I
No.
have heard things. I'm not going to elaborate on the things I've heard, but all I'm going to say, it's not right.
Mm-hmm. He should not have aired behind the green door. That's all I gotta say. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You know I love you, Apion, and you too, Padawan. Well, I like you. Well, I tolerate you, Padawan.
So, let's go ahead and take a look at this trailer for the next chapter of RoboCop Rogue City, a game I did play, a game I thoroughly enjoyed.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if you've delved into the game yet.
I need to. Now I haven't. But now that I got my new hard drive, I gotta get it on. I'm surprised I didn't download it yet. Huh. I got Star Trek on there. I gotta do Resurgence too. That's a damn good game.
Well, Anonymous, and yes, Resurgence is a damn good game. I kept praising it, and I'll still praise it. But
I want a
Anonymous,
sequel.
there are times where some of us, including yourself,
I don't want my pain taken away. I need my pain.
Mm-hmm. Well, because we like the challenge. We want to be
yeah, we
challenged.
do. Oh yeah, yes, I have seen the trailer for the T2 game that's coming out. I'll try to find it after we watch the RoboCop Rogue City game, so everybody can see
Oh, what? Okay.
what we're
Okay.
referencing.
Okay, please do. I'm ignorant. No, I'm
Uh,
ignorant. I'm ignorant.
All right,
I know we got
but
the.
here's the trailer for the next chapter in RoboCop Rogue City.
What will make Detroit safe? The right people with the right tools. OCP's technology is such a tool. However, wielded by the wrong hands.
Breaking news.
And
An attack
even
on
the
Metro West Precinct.
developer that made Rogue City, they're not a
Hypothetically,
big
it's
AAA
possible to make a
company.
machine that would take control of all the OCP devices.
Does that building you call Omni Tower possess such capabilities?
All squads, code red. RoboCop is here. Backup is needed in the main lobby.
Why do you need the OCP hijacker?
You'll find out sooner than you expect.
Can I reach the mercenary leader without running
I'm going
into
to pause it here
civilians?
real quick so you can hear what I'm
who-
saying. But it looks to me, at least in this trailer with some of the gameplay mixed in, it looks like they improved some of the graphics.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to hold on
guide you through it. And my name's Miranda, by the way.
This is the day we've been waiting for. We're ready.
Caution. The highest degree of safety has been
Murphy!
Eyes on target. RoboCop's here.
Who are you?
Don't you remember me?
Color me intrigued.
Yes.
And by the way, the RoboCop had good graphics in the first place.
Yeah, it did. But again, considering that the company that published it and the other company that developed it aren't huge, big budgeted companies.
Thank God. Yeah.
It looks good. Now, I'm going to try to find that trailer for the new Terminator 2 game that's coming out that looks like it might be a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm. And while you're doing that, I'm going to drop some of my impressions of that. I like that they made Ed 209 do the stop motion like the first film. I thought that was a nice, wonderful addition into that. Now, it looks beautiful. It looks great. But it also kind of harkens back to what RoboCop was kind of based off of, and that was Judge Dredd. I mean, really, in some ways, you could have, if you change things, RoboCop could have been Judge Dredd. This looks like Judge Dredd, and even more so, this looks like it's right out of the Dredd movie. So I hope they do something a little bit different. But that's the only thing I'm nervous about. Is like, are you just trying to do your own version of Dredd 2012? So much of it looks, the lockdown in the building, the villainous or villain in this case, the scars on it like Mama had, the computer geek who eventually kind of, oh wow, hello, Peggy 16, is that me or you?
That was me. That was me. So
Okay.
I found the
That just
official
came up.
trailer.
You guys couldn't hear it. It was behind the scenes. Sorry about that. But that's my only worry is, are they trying to do a, Dredd as RoboCop, which one side is apt, but two is, I hope they just don't do a complete, 80% copy paste. That's all I got to say.
Yeah. But here's the trailer for the T2 game that's coming out.
Peggy 16.
Give me a second. I'm gonna have to turn the volume completely off, only because of the music.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, what they've done is they've remastered the original arcade.
Mm.
Wait. Let's go back, because did you see who made a cameo? Let me just bring it back to that part, and then watch. You'll see who makes the cameo. Look who it is. It was RoboCop.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Interesting.
I mean, yes, it's back to 2D side-scrolling, arcade style.
Mm-hmm. Those have been starting to become popular lately.
Well, those style of games still have an audience.
Mm-hmm. Well, games that we grew up on, man.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't until it was Wolfenstein 3D that we really got that POV thing going.
Yep. I still like games like this.
Yeah, if they're good, yeah. Some of these side scrollers are horrible. I mean, Broforce was a side scroller for crying out loud.
Mm-hmm.
It
But that
frustrated
was fun.
me. Mm-hmm. And
And
I like to
and
be able to piss on the film of Kraken's grave at the end.
mm-hmm. Tree Rock says, "Where was the shaky cam effect? I shouldn't be seeing clear images on a UHD television. I thought I needed to pay for such a trailer like this." Yeah, why not? It's still a good game. I remember 10 years ago when you know you had, of course, the release of The Force Awakens, but you also had Battlefront
Mm-hmm.
when that came out 10
Mm-hmm.
years ago. EA's Battlefront. I don't want to confuse that with the original Battlefront, but
Mm-hmm.
EA's Battlefront. There was actually a version of the PS4 that came with Battlefront, but it also came with Super Star Wars. And of course, they did eventually add it separately to the PlayStation Store, and I did end up buying it and playing it. It's like, gosh, I remember playing the game and having fun playing the game. Frustrating too, but still having fun. And
No, the one I played the hell out of was the Atari 2600 Empire Strikes Back.
yeah, but
Well, Zelda.
Anonymous, didn't you say you're gonna play Zelda 2? And that was a side scrolling Zelda. When you go into the different dungeons and the caves, it became 2D. And yeah, I'm like you. I hated that aspect of it. I
Yeah,
liked the original game.
yeah. You took out of again what the game is about. It's that with that role playing game, and yeah, and rightly so. You should not be happy about that. Because it went out of the nature. I mean, even the original Wolfenstein games, not quite a side scroller, but it was an attempt to kind of do a look down side scroller. Wolfenstein 1 and 2, and I played the hell out of those games. I mean, back in the day when I was sailed the high seas. Well, I didn't sail the high seas because we didn't have the internet, but I had connections.
Yeah, you hear that, everybody? Baron, our boy Brant Baron here. He had connections. Believe it
Mhm.
or not.
Oh my word! Yeah, they usually hung out at the Perkins on 494 in France, but that's just it. Though is you knew these guys, and you do like the illicit. Hey, we're gonna here copy this disc, so
Mhm.
making sure you have two hard drives for your Apple II, so you can do that. And it's like okay, now it gets passed on, and they
Well,
even put their names on there. The pirate uh, sorry, the Long John Silvers. There we go. Even put their names and all that in the beginning to let you know, hey, we're the ones that did this. It's a point of pride. Point of pride.
I mean, you know what I would do? If I had Star Trek 25th anniversary and Star Trek Judgment Right on 3.5-inch disc. If I had a friend who wanted to play the game, you know what I'd do? I say, "Here's the disc.
Yep.
Install it into your computer. Give it back to me."
Hmm.
I did that back in the day.
I need to get. I mean, first of all, I need to find space for it. But I need to get my Atari. I mean, my Apple II and all those discs because I've been craving to play some of those old games on there. And I always play it on the green screen, so whenever I saw the stuff in color, it freaked me out. It's like,
It's
no,
like, "What is this?"
yeah, yeah, it was frustrating, especially when they got faster, faster, faster. But I got good enough to hit that little black spot that would pop up where if you shot it, it instantly went down. It's like my big thing is it should have had an ending. You go in there, and not an ending per se, but okay, levels. In other words, you take out these, then you go to that next level, and then and they instead of constantly having the barrage of AT-ATs coming at you, and yes, AT-ATs. I'll always call them that. Bite me. that's my only frustration about that game. But what a game! What a game! Parker Brothers, I think.
Yeah, yeah. How many times did that ever happen to you, Darren? Where you're installing the game off the disc, and there's always one corrupted file on one
I was
corrupted disc.
I was lucky because I didn't. Only a few games I got, like Wolfenstein 3D and all that. They had the multi disc. I never had problems, thankfully, on that one. I never did get X. Did I? I I think I got X Wing on CD. They had the CD-ROM also for it.
Hmm. I mean that's how
Back
I
then,
got
not
Doom.
everybody had.
I,
Yeah.
I got Doom on CD eventually.
Yeah. But yeah, I got Wolfenstein 3D on the discs, and they're somewhere here in my packed away in a box, easy to access box. It's like one of those carry boxes, filled with CD-ROMs and all that stuff from the past. I never let anything go because I'm just that way. It's the librarian, a hoarder instinct I have. But yeah, it's I I had a few games like that, but when the CD-ROMs were available, that's where I went to. So
Yeah, I mean when CD-ROMs came out, yeah, there were people that still stuck with the 3.5-inch disc or
mhm.
the five and a
Yeah.
half inch disc,
Hmm.
either because they didn't have a CD-ROM drive or they were, a little wary about the technology at the time.
Rightly so.
But m- my dad and I, we were both like, "What? It's on a CD-ROM. Well, let's get a CD-ROM drive installed into our computer."
Hmm. Right. And I mean that was kind of the big thing, and when they sat back and they advertised, "Hey, this computer has." So when I got my first Mac, I made sure I got the CD-ROM one
Hmm.
and all that, and uh, oh yeah, the one I did have the multi discs on was the screensaver, Star Wars screensaver. I'm looking at the box; the discs are somewhere else.
Yeah.
But after a while, I kind of took that off because it kind of got a little boring and repetitive with some of the stuff they had on there. But there was supposed to be a secret message that would pop up now and then about George Lucas telling you about the prequels that he's planning on.
Hmm. And that was another fun thing, when they would release, and this was in the mid 90s,
Hmm.
release the CDs,
Yeah.
but they had content that if you put them into a CD-ROM drive, you could actually watch the content. It's like the first contact CD
Mm.
that was able to be played on the CD-ROM, where you could actually see interviews. There was actually a board game on it. You could tour what they had in the CD-ROM,
Right.
the Enterprise E, and then watch the trailer.
Hmm.
I don't think I could get it to come up now because everything's changed as far as
Hmm.
you know Windows for one, that was meant for Windows 95, but also the flash data that you need to use to get that to run. And
Right. Oh yeah, a lot of the stuff wasn't perfect.
no.
It's like those were the days. Those are fun. And there's another thing too is uh they were insidious with the Wolfenstein 3D because you go to the store and they'd have this, hey, here's a free disc for this, which was the
Hmm.
demo. And you get involved in it, and it's like you're sucked. And it's like, I need to get this game now. Oh, and
I
the great thing about some of those CD-ROMs that came out, they had those demos on it. It's like,
Yeah.
hey, thanks for the dime bag.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about it with that First Contact CD that you were able to put into your CD-ROM for your computer. The QuickTime on that is so outdated that I don't even know if there's a
Mm,
way to extract any of
no.
those clip off of that CD.
See, I have a secret. I still have a couple of my old Macs, so I just need to drag
Hmm.
them out and plug them in, and I can at least try to play it. But the thing is, the space. Where do I put it?
Yeah.
I mean, my desk is completely covered now. There's a pretty good sized desk with the 2 screens, the computer, all that stuff. Like, and cats.
And Anonymous says he bypassed Windows 95 and went to Windows 98.
See,
Anonymous rules.
See, I was a Mac guy back then, and in some ways, I probably would still be if it wasn't for the fact that, no one liked me at Windows 95. Nobody. People stayed with XP until they could get to like 98 or whatever. I knew a lot of people say I'll never put 95 on my computer, but I was Mac, so limited. Some of the stuff came out. Obviously, I couldn't play, but yeah. The one thing I have to sit back and say, back in that day, the Mac had far better graphics, so it should have. Steve Jobs' big mistake. He kept Macintosh from going to the gamers because he wanted it as an office computer, a serious computer, not realizing that a computer can be both.
Mm-hmm.
Just like the one we have, Mike. We use this for working on stuff. If you with our programs and stuff like that. Playing games.
I was going to say use it for work and play.
Yeah.
Like you just mentioned, editing videos when we have to edit videos, making thumbnails, playing games.
Mm-hmm.
I try not to overtax it, even though it can handle a lot.
I overtaxed mine. I need to get more RAM.
But sticking to the subject of games, we are going to go to this article from Cosmic Book News, and I know I didn't play the little segue card. I'll go ahead and play it now, but
I'm hurt.
Well, don't be hurt, Baron.
Okay, I'm not hurt no more.
All right. All right, so we have this article from comicbook.com. I know I call them Cosmic Book News. Can't keep them all straight.
Well, get a little bit more variety in your names, people out there. Quit having them sound so close to each other. Okay, I'm done. That's my rant. I'm giddy.
And Tree Rock says, play it again, Mike. Play it again, Sam. And you're giddy? Like a schoolgirl?
Yeah. I'm wearing pantaloons, too. I mean, so I have to follow through.
Right. But let me get
That's
this.
That's you don't hear often. You don't hear pantaloons much anymore.
But let me make sure I have all the platforms covered as far as the link is concerned. And this article was posted on the 24th. It's by Justin Joy. And it says Nintendo Switch 2 pre-orders sell out quickly amidst website crashes. Yeah, I knew I was going to get one by trying to wait online to order one, but I did try at midnight on Thursday just to see what would happen. And it was Walmart.com, and it went nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. It's like, yeah, I knew this was going to happen, but I thought I'd try anyway.
Walmart said, F you. We know your channel. You're not deserving. We want this to go to the bigger guys.
And
like Paranorman takes Phantom Legacy.
It has a subtitle here saying Nintendo Switch 2 pre-orders are crashing websites. Yeah, because here's the thing. I was in line, had my spot, and the counter went down, and I got to 1 minute. Well, that was the longest 1 minute of my life. And I say that because it was more like 25 minutes. And after 25 minutes, I'm like, okay, I've waited long enough. I'm done. I'm out of here. I'm going back to sleep.
You know why Cash is in here? He's still trying.
He's probably, there waiting, going, okay, 1 minute, Okay, come on. The cash it's over. You, you're placed in
Refresh,
line. Yeah.
refresh.
No, no. You know what I did just before I went to bed? I thought, what's gonna happen if I refresh? I knew what would happen. I knew I'd lose my
Mhm,
place in the line because then the clock just reset. It's like, yeah, there's
mhm,
so many people trying to get this thing right now. It's not even funny. And
mhm,
this happens every time that a new console comes out. The system just can't handle it. No matter what website you go to, it just can't handle it
mhm,
because you have people who genuinely want to get the console trying to buy
mhm.
the console, and then you have the scalpers trying to buy
Yeah,
the console.
bite, bite me, scalpers.
But this article by Justin Joy says, excuse me, the Nintendo Switch 2 pre-orders have gone live at midnight through most major retailers. As expected, there have been issues reported by those hopeful to get their hands on Nintendo's upcoming console. With everyone trying to get their pre orders in, many websites are getting hit and huge amounts of traffic all at once. Some retailers have handled this better than others, while some have crashed and burned. Regardless of whether players pre order through Best Buy, Walmart, Target, or GameStop, demand is high, as seen by Japan pre orders exceeding expectations. However, the demand has caused the console to sell out almost instantly.
Hmm,
Yeah, here's the thing, the console becomes available in stores on Thursday, June 5th.
mhm,
You know they're gonna sell out like that because I remember working in a store when the first Switch came out and how
mhm,
quickly the ones that our store was able to get
mhm,
were sold. I even had a coworker ask me, "Are you gonna try to get one?" I said, "No, I can wait."
mhm.
So it goes on to say, as pre-orders have gone live, Target has been hit hard, and the strain on the website has caused it to crash and disrupt the sales process. This is preventing many from being able to get their pre-orders in and potentially missing out on the Nintendo Switch 2 or the Mario Kart World Nintendo Switch 2 bundle at launch. However, many have had luck using the Target app rather than the website, though it appears Target's stock sold almost instantly. Again, it happens every time a new console is released. Heck,
Right.
even when the PS2 was released, they only made a limited amount of PS2s, and I did wait in line. I know I've told the story before, but my dad was taking a friend of ours to the airport, and he said, "I'll drop you off at the store,
Mhm,
and it's on the way, and you just wait for me to come back, and I'll come and get you." Well,
mhm.
I was number 19 in line, and they had 20. So I lucked out.
Yeah, he lorded it over the people behind him. Look what I got! And you ain't gonna get.
Oh
Look
no,
what I
oh no,
got!
oh no. I kept it very low key.
It
And
was like it was like in
even at,
Indiana Jones. Jacques, start the plane. Jacques, start the plane.
even after I bought my PS2 and paid for Madden because the way Madden looked at that time, it's like, yeah, that's the game I want.
Yeah, overweight, rides around in the bus. Oh, you're not talking about that way. Okay.
No. I'm talking about the game, but I bought the PS2 and Madden, and then I had the tightest grip on that as I'm walking out the store. I even had a few people look at me and go, "Wow, you got a PS2? Do they have any more?" I said, "No," and I'm gripping it even harder. It's like, no, and you're not getting this from me.
And you see, you made the big mistake. You said no. You should have said, "Oh, maybe they possibly could," as you get away.
I wasn't thinking at the time.
Obviously.
If it was me now, I would just keep walking. Yeah, that's exactly what I do. If I were to wait in line for a console, get the console, I would just keep walking. I wouldn't stop for anybody. I'd have my keys at the ready, click the button to unlock the doors, and get in the car as quickly as possible. And then lock the doors, start the car, and go.
Start the plane.
Or have someone in the car and give them the signal. All right, turn the ignition on. Let's go.
Sitting there with those beanbag guns, so non-lethal, just to keep them at bay. Beanbag you, run,
No,
come on!
paintball guns.
Ooh, even better. Not necessarily better, but yeah, that way you could mark all the ones trying to get you and say, "Please, see the ones with all the paint on them? Those are the ones." How do they get the paint?
I don't know.
Never mind. Like Rosanna Dana. Never mind.
And no. Gilda Radner. May she rest in peace.
Yeah.
It goes on to say Best Buy has recognized the high demand for the Nintendo Switch 2 and required an account for pre orders. Despite logging in, many could not add the Nintendo Switch 2 console or bundle to their cart at checkout. This was due to the pre order start being delayed. After nearly 30 minutes, the pre order went live and players could join the queue. Some have reported sticking through the lengthy queue and being able to complete the purchase, while others were greeted with, a message: the Nintendo Switch 2 was sold out. Walmart placed potential buyers into a queue, and it seems this is the route to go, as many are reporting getting in. Like I said, I got in line, but I never got to the point where it said, "Okay, you can add it to the cart and you can pay for the console."
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, I already knew going in, I wasn't going to be actually getting one.
Mm-hmm.
It was an experiment on my part.
Mm-hmm.
Once in, they have been able to pre-order the Nintendo Switch 2 or the Mario Kart World console bundle. Those pre-ordering through Walmart should stay in the queue, wait for their turn, and they will be able to complete their purchase. Again, I didn't have that experience. I got down to 1 minute, and that was the longest 1 minute that I've ever had. To say the Nintendo Switch 2 hype is high would be an understatement. Nintendo fans have been eager to pre order the console since the Nintendo Switch 2 Direct aired and revealed the release date. Retailers have been preparing for this event, such as Best Buy's planned midnight release or GameStop revealing how many consoles will be at some stores and a midnight release. Amazon is notably absent from the Nintendo Switch 2 pre order list, and fans have wondered why. And it goes on to say those who have been able to navigate this pre order nightmare can look forward to their console arriving on or near launch day. If you missed out on getting a pre order in, there's an option of going to a store on launch day as soon as they open. Getting there early will probably help, as some dedicated gamers will be waiting in line before the doors open. Those who miss out on these pre orders can still get a pre order email from Nintendo later on in May.
They'll be camping out. You know
Yeah,
that.
yeah, 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 yeah. It's gonna be like it used to be, camping out and
Mm-hmm.
waiting. It's gonna be like, as I mentioned, waiting for the PS2, and there were people who were already there, but by the time everybody started arriving, because they didn't realize that the store was going to open early just for that,
Mm-hmm.
it was too late for a lot of people. I'm
Mm-hmm.
lucky I got there at the time I got there.
And I think we know why Amazon was absent in this, because Bezos was thinking sending a bunch of flesh cargo up into just the boundaries of space and back it was more
They,
important
they,
than the
they
Twitch.
were passengers. They were cargo.
As Blue Origin calls them, tourists.
Mm-hmm.
I know Bezos tried to call them astronauts, but Blue Origin calls them tourists. I will be kind enough and call them astro tourists.
Just a bunch of 1% millionaires, celebrities going up into space and making a mockery out of what astronauts actually do.
Well, yeah, and the conspiracy theories are really firing up big time now.
Because there's too much evidence out there
Mm-hmm.
that it was
Mm-hmm.
all staged.
Mm-hmm.
And it's available for everybody to find.
They did a bad job.
I mean, the biggest piece of evidence is Jeff Bezos telling them, and one of the assistants, I don't know what position that person had, but when the door opens from the inside,
Mm-hmm.
and being told, "Oh no, it can only be opened from the outside."
Mm-hmm. Which again is foolish, especially if you have an
Yeah.
emergency.
And then they're trying to clear some debris, and make sure that everything's the way they want it to be. Because again, it was staged.
It was a sexual fetish flight. 6 women on a rocket that looks like a. Gee, do you see Dick Durbin's not running again? Man, he is such a pussycat. Pussycat, where's my? Yeah,
And not
someone did do that up with the Austin Powers. I saw. Yeah, just
well,
like with that.
I know that Tree Rock, but again, I was curious. I wanted to see if maybe I could get in.
You like?
Whether I'd be able to purchase one was another thing, but I wanted to see.
Yeah, Mike went in with no expectations of getting one. It
No,
was just the curiosity factor, so he could talk to you guys. And Mike is a scalper too, so
no, no, I'm not.
I know you're not. I'm being mean.
I know you. I know you. All right, Box Office Mojo. You should be ready by now. Box Office Mojo is not ready. They've dropped the ball. So
At Disney's insistence.
yeah, they're probably embarrassed that a movie that's 20 years old is outperforming Snow White.
My home movie is outdoing Snow White right now. Limited release in one theater here, and I did by the numbers.
All right, so let's go ahead and get into our next article. We have our next article, and we will be watching a trailer in Cosme. So I will make sure that everybody has the link to Cosme, because
You know,
unlike the game trailers, I will get zinged if I show any of the movie trailers on YouTube. So there's the Cosme link for everybody on
give you
YouTube.
that little. I need to give you that little hint that Pops gave me about that. We do have to show. I can't help it. Just scroll down just enough to show the picture. Oh, he's not listening.
No, I'm getting the link in the various platforms, Barry.
It was so quiet. It was so quiet. I thought I lost. I lost. I was lost.
All right.
I'm calling
So,
I'm joining the room.
all
I'm
right.
being one of you.
All right, and it's good to see Low Spec Linux Gaming over on the Rumble side.
Hey, how you doing, man? I see that picture. The first thing that comes to mind is, it's ma'am.
and And Low Spec Linux Gaming says a 20-year-old game is one of the biggest things going right now. Also, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to know something? When I was playing Revenge of the Sith when that game first came out, I had so much fun. And when I came out of watching Revenge of the Sith on Friday, I was thinking, man, I still wish I had that game.
Mm.
All right, so
There's
this
things we do in
is
life.
yeah. This article was posted on Geek Tyrant 3 days ago, and it's by Joy Parr. And it says, awesome first trailer for Predator. Badlands welcomes you to a world of hurt. That sounds more like a game stream here on Pacific 4 and 4.
Amen. Our gaming with cash. Do better next time.
Guys, we gotta do better.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cash. That's cash. Yeah,
Come
yeah,
on, guys. I
I
mean,
love it.
True Rock, you give me a hard time about my side, or even Barry gives me a hard time about my side. Even Cash, but when you hear Cash side when we lose a match in a game, it's like,
Mhm.
what, what, what
Well,
do we do?
it's like this. I gotta do that one up better. I don't like how,
But
I gotta put it on a loop.
yeah, 20th Century Studio has released the first teaser trailer for Predator Badlands, and it tells a story about a young Yacha, or however you pronounce it, hunting a deadly creature. And I do know what it is. I've never been able to pronounce it correctly.
Mm.
And hunting a deadly creature on a whole other planet, and that creature apparently can't be killed. Prey director Dan Trachtenberg returns to direct this new Predator story, and this is a very different from anything we've seen in the Predator film franchise. So I believe Joey meant so far. See,
Mhm.
I I get mad when I see stuff like this because I know I'm susceptible to errors myself.
Right.
But I
It's
mean,
called editing.
they have editors who could go through it and say, okay, you need to fix this, fix that.
Okay. By the way, I got the pronunciation here for what he's saying done. Hillary Clinton. That's how it's pronounced.
The synopsis for the film reads: the newest entry in the Predator franchise is set in the future on a remote planet where a young Predator, outcast from his clan, finds an unlikely ally in Thea, Ellie Fanning, and embarks on a treacherous journey in search of the ultimate adversary. You mean the aliens, not the ultimate adversary? Come
Yeah.
on. Go after the xenomorph again.
Cool.
The film star, Ellie Fanning, shared at CinemaCon. Something unprecedented happens in this movie, and my character is not the one being chased. My character actually teams up with the Predator, and you get to see him in a whole new light. 20th Century Studios president, Steve Asbell, added, after Prey became a success, Dan Trachtenberg came back and said he didn't want to do Prey 2. And we're like, what do you want to do? And he rattled off a bunch of ideas that were really crazy, but really cool. We've actually done two of them. Two are coming out next year.
This is how you do it, folks. Don't get lazy and go, oh, we just want to do a parade too. No, let's expand this. Let's go bonkers. Let's go
Mhm.
crazy. You want crazy? Here's crazy. I went crazy.
One I can't talk about yet, but the other one is the live action Predator film with Ellie Fanning that just wrapped in New Zealand. That'll be out theatrically sometime next year. He went on to call Badlands an absolutely bonkers idea and a sci fi thing, but it's not what everybody thinks it is.
Okay, they filmed in New Zealand. That what are you saying down Balrog. It's a Balrog. You shall not pass.
All right,
Sorry,
so
that's bad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I tried.
no, don't apologize. Don't apologize. Get over to the Cosme side because I'm gonna share the screen where the trailer is at, and we are gonna watch said trailer.
I like the seals. Just keep the seals on there. That's kind of relaxing. It'd
I
be better
don't
if it was
want to keep
otters.
the seals on there, Baron. I don't want to
They're
keep them on
cute.
there.
One of them might be a predator. In fact, they all are. Just that's a fish.
I was gonna say, Baron, they are predators.
Mm.
All right.
But cute predators.
Until they kill you.
Well, seal won't kill me. They like me. They should be otters, though. I like otters.
All right,
Penguins.
so I've got the trailer ready on one side. I just got to share it on Cosme on the other side. And I see a few folks have joined us. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it,
Anonymous.
folks. Really appreciate
Anonymous.
everybody being here today during this Sunday edition of Pop Talk.
See,
So,
Animos split off. Now there's an anonymous there too. So I mean, we're being filled with those.
yes, we are. Yes, we are. So I'm going to go ahead and hit play. Captions are engaged. And I'm going to go ahead and engage.
I'm sure you watched it. You already got it.
On November 7th.
Are you sure it's not
The
Rebel Moon?
director of Prey.
Oh my!
Tool World. I've heard.
Oh, Pop Talk. Oh, lightsabers. It's Pam.
No, I was thinking with that look of the predator and the creature that was coming at it. If it were me, I'd be going, it's Rambo time.
Mm. It was me. It'd be feet. Don't fail me now. I'm out of here.
But that is the trailer for Predator's Badlands. It doesn't look bad.
No, it doesn't. It looks really good. I color me intrigued.
I'm intrigued, but am I intrigued enough to go spend money at the theater to see it?
Yeah, that's the question. We have to hear from our friends.
Well, before I give my thoughts, let's see. Lady Miss says nice. And Anonymous says laughable.
Well, it's Animos. I mean, look at him. You know, are we fighting for the same one?
Yeah, we were fighting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I'm scared of. How many Animoses are in that she shed? That's all I gotta ask.
I mean, again, it doesn't look bad, but I don't need to necessarily rush out to the theater and see it. I can wait for it to become available on streaming for rent
Mm-hmm.
before I actually rush out to the theater and go see it.
If this was a younger me back in the late '80s, early '90s, yes, I'd be rushing out to see it.
Yeah,
But thinking
of
that's all we
course,
had.
night one.
Mm-hmm. We got it. Oh, I missed my connection. I saw Predator. No, I did see that one day one. It was Running Man that I saw on the press preview. So I had connections at one time.
I knew a couple of people that worked at the theater, but they weren't my connections. I just knew who they were.
My connection was Niemer Fieger.
And True Rock says another movie that is shot well. Hold on. Chat was moving a little too fast. Another movie that is shot well. What is going on? I saw everything. Is this director the new Steven Spielberg? I don't know. I haven't seen Prey, and I've heard mixed reactions to Prey. Some saying it wasn't good. Some saying you should watch it.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, it's enough to intrigue you to at least watch it with streaming, but. Thanks, Ananas.
The Predator looked retarded.
I mean, I understand. There's people who are not liking the looks
Who
of.
don't like the new look. I
Yeah,
get that.
yeah.
I get that.
Color me intrigued though, and to go back, remember when Jar Jar Abrams was being hailed as the new Spielberg, even by Spielberg himself.
Yeah, and we all saw how that turned out, didn't we?
Yeah, instead of getting Close Encounters, we got 1941. Uh,
Hey, I'm for that. I'm for people going to see a movie, and then if they enjoy it, tell me about their experience, and it may persuade me to go see it. It
right.
was just
Why
like
not?
with RoboCop Rogue City.
Hmm.
I thought the demo for the game wasn't that good, but it was Crit who bought the full game on release day and said, "No, Mike, you got to try it. The full game's good."
Ignoring me, trying to talk him off the ledge, saying, "Mike, it's a." He didn't listen to me, but he listens to Crit. No wonder why. That's the reason why I was so hostile to Crit when he was on the show. Jealousy.
Yeah, and see that's another reason I'm not really so keen on wanting to go see it on its release day and during its theatrical run is because we've been fooled many times
Right.
by good trailers, and then we watch the actual movie. It's like the trailer was better than the actual movie.
Hmm. And we have nothing against anybody going seeing these movies. In fact, it's their feedback, just like in the
Hmm.
old days, the word of mouth that helps us decide whether we do or do not. And when we do have a split in the community where some like it, some don't, it's still color me intrigued. Okay, you know what they didn't like, what did they like? Obviously, there's got to be something to this film to ignite that type of, well, dare I say, passion.
And yes, I know this would typically, as far as talking about Predator Badlands, been the final article, but I had to call an audible when the box office wasn't ready. So
Oh, ooh, it's ready now.
yes,
Mike did a few phone calls during this, so he's like, "Come on, guys, get your." Mike's got power. Mike's got power.
and Baron,
What?
Baron, what does it tell you? What a 20-year-old movie does pretty well for itself.
Hmm.
What does it tell you, Baron?
Hmm.
When
Wow.
for
Let
a
me go see
movie's 20th anniversary makes 25.2 million over the weekend.
And not only that, limited release, right?
Hmm.
And following through with that, not just limited release, just a couple, what, 1 or 2 days in the theater
I think it's out for this whole week.
for a
I,
whole week. Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and check my movie theater that I frequent,
Hmm.
and I'm just gonna check their listings for the whole week, and then I can tell you how long, at least for example, my theater has it.
Hmm.
So yes, they have it for today. I'm looking at tomorrow. They have it listed for tomorrow, listed for Tuesday, Wednesday, and then we get Thursday and Friday. They don't have anything listed. So let's just say you can see it for the rest of this week from Monday to Wednesday.
which is not a long run.
Yeah.
So take these into account,
Mm-hmm.
people. Wow. It reminds me of the day when you actually had re-releases of films, like in the theater, because it's the only way you could see that. Like Gone with the Wind and others, when they re-released some of these films that were popular, and the only way to see it was either on TV or you had a limited release of the film. And
Mm-hmm.
they still did good.
Yeah. Revenge of the Sith, a 20-year-old movie, outperformed The Accountant 2. A Minecraft movie, yes, I know a Minecraft movie has been out. Until Dawn. And let's see what other movies it outperformed. No, it didn't outperform Sinners, although I'm more curious about Sinners than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
But it outperformed The Amateur, as far as Revenge of the Sith is concerned. Warfare, Pink Floyd, Live at Pompeii. Well, I don't actually count that because that's more of a re-release in itself.
Yeah, and not only that, it's a concert film, and
Yeah.
those don't necessarily do high, but not bad, not bad for what they had.
And The Legend of Oshi. And of course, you see there at number 14, with only 431,000, Snow White, for a grand total of 85,725,172 domestically.
Mm-hmm.
And then you take a look at this. I don't know. Is that weird? Is that weird? I don't think so.
It again, it shows. It kind of, like I said, it's a flashback for me seeing these re-releases coming in and doing good in the theaters. And there's no excuse for it nowadays because we have streaming, DVD, Blu-rays, all that across the board. But a film that's so readily and accessible,
Mm-hmm.
that people are willing to go drop their hard-earned money, sit in the theater, munch down on that popcorn, and have a grand old time. That does say something.
You want to know something? Revenge of the Sith isn't perfect. It's got its flaws. The prequels themselves have their flaws.
Mm-hmm.
But if everyone, including us, who have a copy of Revenge of the Sith that we can sit at home and watch, that copy that we've already paid for, are willing to go out and spend that money, like you said, Baron,
Mm-hmm.
in the theater to get the popcorn and concessions and
Mm-hmm.
watch that movie in the theater. You know what that tells me?
What
Not
does it tell
only not only is something like Revenge of the Sith something people want, but the experience of seeing a movie like Revenge of the Sith in the theater again, on that silver screen again, is
Mm-hmm.
something people want.
Right.
Not all the garbage that we've been getting the last 10 years or so.
Mm-hmm. No.
It's why certain re-releases have been doing so well. Because people are like, oh, wait a minute. I saw this when I was in my 20s. Now I'm in my 40s. I can go see it again. People with families, young children. Maybe they've,
Right.
gotten them into Star Wars. Like, let's take let's take the family out. And I know how expensive it is to take the family out for the movies or anywhere nowadays. But
Right.
still, getting this chance to let your kids experience a Star Wars movie in theaters, that's a treat.
It is. It is. I mean, movies become a treat again.
Mm-hmm.
It shouldn't be, but it is.
I mean, I'll be
Tickets
honest.
shouldn't be that expensive.
I do look and see what really re-releases. Come on, Mike, speak. are coming to my theater in case there's one that's coming that I want to see. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, I've missed out on my chances because it's up in Virginia, and I'm not going to drive 4, 5, 6 hours to just go see it, no matter how much I love the movie. But I
Mm-hmm.
would love to see Back to the Future in a theater setting again.
Yeah, it's great in the theater.
And Tree Rock is saying here, I have my issues with Star Wars Episode 3, but it is better, the better one of the other two, and it is better than the Disney slop. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't regret seeing it in the theater back in the day. I didn't walk out going, you know, eh, like I have some of the others. I mean,
All right.
when I saw A Force Awakens, it's like walking out going, okay, yeah, it was good. It was a copy and paste of A New Hope and all that, but there's potential here. Of course, that got shattered 2 years later. Uh, I never saw Jedi. I mean, Last Jedi or Rise of Palpatine in the
Mhm.
theater. Thank God. Did see Rogue One in Solo in the theater. I mean, I'm one of those that said back. I like Solo. I consider it apocrypha, but I like Solo. Um,
I didn't think Solo
uh,
was bad.
no, no, no.
It may
Uh,
have
the,
lost money, but I don't think it was that bad.
well, it suffered on two fronts: the Last Jedi and the fact that you killed off Han Solo in the Force Awakens. It's like, why are you doing a movie about a character that got killed? And we're still,
Hmm.
and the way the character was killed, we're still reeling from that. I mean, so
Anonymous says Solo sucketh.
yeah, and I can appreciate that. I mean,
Huh.
I'm not going to hold it to a pinnacle of great Star Wars, but like I said, it's like okay, it was it was good. I mean, I like some of the concepts they had in there.
Hmm.
I like the look of the Falcon in there, but there's a lot of problems that was in that film too when I watched it, and but it's like of all the Disney slap that's coming out, at least that one was palatable.
Hmm. I mean,
Yeah, you're
one
right. So many
movie,
problems.
one movie, and it's a Star Trek movie I would love to see in the theater would be The Wrath of Khan.
Hmm. Yeah,
Again,
I
to
never
get
saw
that
it.
theater experience.
Hmm. I
And yeah, T2 would be another one.
mm. See. I have an opinion about T2 that people won't like, but I won't bring it up now. So that's for
Why?
another day.
Why are you afraid you're gonna get terminated, Baron? Is that why?
Well, we already are in about 3.5 hours in this stream. I don't
We're,
think we
we're,
want to
we're
go
almost done. We're
overly.
almost done.
No,
We're almost
but if I
done.
open that can of worms, expect another 3 hours.
No, hours later.
Yeah,
And that's my problem with T2.
yeah. 3 days later. Yeah, I mean, do you really want me to come out and you know and be this?
You know what really grinds my gears?
I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad film. It's a good film, and that's part of the problem I have. Yeah, but again, maybe we should have a special re-review of films type of thing and discuss it.
The last Starfighter, yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Oh, in a heartbeat.
Definitely.
In a heartbeat. Even with the people would say, "Oh, look at cheap graphics and all that." It's like at that time, that was something else.
Hmm.
I regret not seeing that in the theater, but I love that movie. I got it on DVD. I got a 4-pack, the one that has 4 movies on it, and that was one of them. It has Battlestar Galactica movie. It has Flash Gordon. Has of course Last Starfighter. I can't remember what the other one is. So Dune. It has Dune on it. If I didn't say Dune already, but
That sounds like a fun pack of
yeah,
movies to watch.
yeah, and not that I needed Dune. I already had Dune, so
No, but when you look at those sets where it comes with 4 different movies at a reasonable price, even if you already have a copy of one of the movies, it's like,
right.
where am I going to find this anywhere else?
Exactly, and I basically I got it for Flash Gordon on there, but the other ones, I don't have Battlestar Galactica movie, and I obviously don't have Last Starfighter, so I was like, what the hell? Boom, there we go.
Well,
Oh, Zach,
you know what Disney should do with Tron Ares coming out. And I saw the trailer. I don't think it looks bad. I
yeah,
don't
I
think
heard you
Tron
say that.
Ares looks bad by the trailer at least.
That makes me feel good, especially with hearing Cash going about with his. Oh no, I lost it again. I was going to do it again. Oh, oh, there it is. With Cash,
You know what really grinds my gears?
because he was complaining heavily about that.
Yeah. But I'm like Tree Rock. I would love to see Tron in the theaters because I've only seen it at home. I never saw
Same
it in
here.
the theaters. And Baron, look who it is.
What? Who do we got?
The lovely Leia Rose, the princess of
Oh,
YouTube.
hi, Leia Rose, and let's not forget she is the president and sole member of the Phil McCracken fan club. Um, Always great to see Leia Rose. We got the two sweethearts of streaming on here, Lady Mist and
Lady
Leia
Mist
Rose.
and Leia Rose.
How can we go wrong?
I hope you're doing well, Leia Rose. I've missed seeing you around.
Yeah, she keeps us in line.
And Tree Rock says he would pay to see Time Bandits.
Oh, seeing that in the theater, I guess I did see it in the theater. It was $1 theater, but I saw it. It looked beautiful on there, and I tell you, it's just if you appreciate the weirdness on the small screen, you need to see it on the big screen because then it really blows you away. Wonderful film. I need to get that one.
You know what I would love for them to re-release for a Fathom event?
Mm.
The Hunt for Red October.
Yeah, that was great on the big screen. And when that film came out, there was a big stir. People were going nuts about that because the book itself was so popular. In fact, I got my first edition here somewhere, where the Naval Institute actually released it.
Nice.
Found it at a library sale. It's like, no, mine. I know I got a paperback somewhere, but mine. Mine. I'm like those eagles. Mine.
Because that was one of the movies my dad and I saw together. And
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's a great movie. Even if it has, this is when Alec Baldwin was still good,
yeah.
And but you have Sean Connery, you have Tim Curry, my God, that cast was so. And the funny thing about that movie is they did have the advisors coming in,
Mm-hmm.
from the Navy and all that, and they made them change some of the sets because without knowing it, they were putting stuff on the set that was top secret, and the people that were making the movie didn't realize it. Just like Tom Clancy was writing stuff that was not known out there, which
Mm-hmm.
is why everyone these books were being read not here but in the Kremlin as well. Uh, I'm trying to remember the name of that other book, the one where he was dealing with World War III and how it would play out. And it's like, yeah, that's exactly how it would be, and it really unnerved people. I hate to say, I got a mailbox on the name of that book. Oh God, it was not a Jack Ryan's book either. But these are the things that really, caused a stir everywhere. So when that movie came out, I tell you what, it was eye candy. It was uh, acting candy. It was script and story candy.
It
Uh,
was cinema gold.
yeah, I don't think it gets the love. I mean, it gets love, but I don't think it gets the love that it should be getting even more. But I think people say, "Well, that's Cold War. It doesn't mean anything anymore." Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
I
Yeah.
disagree. I
Hmm.
disagree.
Oh, wholeheartedly.
I disagree. You can change the name of the nation, but the situation is still the same.
Another nation fills that spot. China.
Hmm. You know what? We should have a watch party of the Hunt for Red October this year.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah. And just remember, this was when Alec Baldwin was actually doing good stuff and wasn't completely a nut bonkers job that he is today. Separate the art from the artist. Because he
And in
was a
some
great Jack Ryan.
cases,
He was a great Jack Ryan.
yeah,
I'm
but
sorry, Harrison
in,
Ford did not do a better job than him.
in some cases, it's not easy to separate the art from the artist because
Mm.
of the artist's personality.
But in this case, it's because it was so long ago, and it was before he went absolutely bonkers and decided to go Danny DeVito on the set of a movie, going, "Yeah, I came out blasting." See what I did there?
Hmm.
Was I
I
mean?
mean,
Yeah. Do I care? No.
one movie we are gonna be having a watch party for to celebrate its 40th anniversary. I mean,
I've
just
never
remove
heard of
that
it.
comment for a moment. But Back to the Future,
Mhm.
and I already know the date that we're gonna have it in July.
So tell me
It's
more
the
about this film. I don't know anything about it. Never heard of it.
You don't know anything about Back to the Future. You don't know anything.
Is this the one where Admiral Captain Krug steals a car to go back in time to save the whales?
No, that was Star Trek 4, The Voyage of Obi stole a time traveling Klingon bird of prey. All you had to do was get it up to 8.8, warp 8.8, for the temporal displacement to take place.
You know, they should have put a flux capacitor somewhere in the background, because that was the real thing that got him back in time. It wasn't going around the sun; it was the flux capacitor.
But Back to the Future originally came out on July 3rd back in 1985.
Wow!
I'm trying to do my Christopher Lloyd impression.
I tell you what, back then, I used to be
But
able to do a good Christopher
yeah,
Lloyd at one time.
me
I need to start
too.
practicing. Yeah.
But I haven't done it in so long that
Oh,
I can't quite get the sound again.
yeah. When I went to conventions, I people told me, "Can you do your Krug?" And, Admiral Cook, I give 2 minutes for you and your Valen crew. You know,
But
give me Genesis.
we are going to have our Back to the Future 40th anniversary watch party on Wednesday, July 2nd.
Animas, you won the
Oh,
day.
you win it for today, Anonymous. You win it. You win it for today. You haven't experienced Back to the Future until you've seen it in the original Klingon. Bravo to you, sir. Bravo to you.
I didn't know you had it in you, Animas.
Here, here, here. I thought you're always pure Klingon or pure Vulcan. I will not laugh, no matter what you say, Mike. No matter what you say, Baron, I will not laugh. It is not logical. And then he comes up with that Jim.
Yeah, and that's what he gets for hanging out in that she shed. He gets inspiration.
And you do deserve the tip of the hat, good sir.
Yep. You win. You win today.
But yes. And, I already know what movies we're going to be watching for next month, and two of the movies that we're going to be watching in July. I'll bring up
Oh, this
July
is the
and
list.
June.
Sinners, Revenge of the Sith, Accountant 2. Boy, this is an interesting list you have for us to watch.
No, that's not the list, Baron. I'm just leaving that up there for the
I
moment.
know. I'm just being a smart ass. I haven't been a
Okay,
smart. I haven't been a real smart ass in so long. I'm letting it out, man.
that's all right. I know you're feeling good. I know, and I don't blame you.
Yeah, what it
Don't
is
blame
the
you at all,
killer
Baron.
asteroid. It's the killer asteroid that caused that. That's coming to get us.
But I figure since we're talking about movies right now, I'd go ahead and let everybody know what our watch parties are going to be for next month. And the first one, as you can see, will be on the 11th. And Anonymous, you must save us. Because I know you'll never give up and you'll never surrender.
You realize that Animas is the perfect broken clock? He's right at least twice a year.
Well, is it that most of us, after we pass a certain age?
Ugh. Yeah, yeah.
I'm just speaking the
No,
truth, Baron.
well, for me, it's never trust a fart, but that's beside the point.
So, as you can see, our first movie, like I said, is going to be Galaxy Quest. And then our second movie for the month of May will be Goodfellas. And I know you've never seen that movie, Baron.
No, actually, I'm ashamed to say that. I'm ashamed because I always hang around people that love films like that, and these are great films. And uh, you know, Once a Time in America saw that one great film. Sometimes it can get long. I think sometimes the length gets me, in which I should shame myself because I always sit back and say, "Don't let the length affect you." And Scorsese, I mean, The Irishman, long film, but damn, it's a good movie, despite the fact that De Niro's in there.
Yeah.
But again, the usual suspects that Scorsese brings in to play, part of his little troupe of actors. I mean, they always do great. Joe Pesci always does an excellent job. Ray Liotta, rest his soul, always did a great job.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah. So Goodfellas will be on a Wednesday night. It's not a movie I want to have on a Sunday, if you know what I mean.
you talking to me? Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you. You're the only one here. I'm talking to you.
You talking to me? Okay. I love the
Ta-
Good Brothers. The Good Brothers always laugh. They talking to me?
yeah, yeah. But Goodfellas, we will be talking about that and
Don't
also
we have
watch it,
that loaded?
discussing it.
I was looking for that. Do we even have that loaded? I was going to play it.
What? I'm only kidding with you.
Yeah,
Should be.
yeah. What the hell? Well, I'm boring.
I
Relax, will you? For crying out, what's getting into you? I'm breaking your balls a little bit. That's all. I'm only kidding with you.
So there, that was appropriate, and I had a hard time finding it. Good. Thank you, Mike.
welcome. But yes, we'll be watching Goodfellas on the 21st, and then the last movie will be on the 25th. And you can see what Cash and Baron do when they're trying to sell brake pads for Callahan Auto.
See, that was me in my thinner days. That's when I was a slim guy.
What? So you're saying Cash is Chris Farley?
No, I'm Chris Farley. That's me in my thinner days. Cash is always David Spade. I mean,
Yeah.
but that's me in my thinner when I was, a strapping thin lad before I really got fat.
But we will be watching those movies, and then at least two movies for June will be Heavy Metal being one of them, and then Blazing Saddles being the other, and then Back to the Future, of course, for its 40th anniversary in July, and why not, since we talked about it today, The Hunt for Red October later
There we
on in the
go.
month.
There we go. We're not messing around, boys and girls.
I try not to mess around.
I mess around. That's why you're here, to make sure we don't mess around.
But there, enough of me promoting what's going to be the watch parties. Why don't you go ahead and promote yourself?
What? Well, it's that time of day again? Wow. Okay. Me. Gotta get ready here. If I'm gonna do this before. Hey, everybody. Okay, everybody. Time for promotion time. Self promotion here. Of course, you can catch me every Thursday between 6 and 6:30 on what channel is that? Oh, it's the 540 Studio, run by a guy, a Norwegian named Jace Fox. You may have heard of him. And he has the Beyond. And so, and the reason why I say between 6 and 6:30 Central Daylight Time, he's Norwegian. We never know exactly when it's going to start. We just have to follow the DMs. Almost there. I should have done more of Norwegian. Yeah, we're almost there. There we go. Did the Norwegian. And you can catch, of course, Jace Fox is the man behind the show, as well as Prismatics is hopefully going to be there. Kilted K. Jean, Tom, the Techno Sapien Geek, hopefully Cash Monet, myself, maybe Whoopa Whoopa, and maybe Hoshi, but they come when they feel like it. No insult or anything. I can understand. Busy people know that, and if we had them all on there, boy, that'd be a mess. So yeah, please join us there. Talking about topics across the way. We had great fun last week. I tell you, we went nuts. We went way over on there, but you know what? We needed to cut loose and have fun. So please
That's
catch
because
us over
Jace
there.
invited me on the show.
Oh yeah, that's right. You were a special guest. You were our Cash Money until Cash Money actually did show up. You go, "Will I put Mike on there? Oh no, I better get there so I don't get fired." So you goobers. And yeah, and of course he showed up, and then we got ridiculed by a certain troll. Uh, so and hopefully Friday I'm going to put feet to the fire because he did say it. Hopefully we'll have a gaming stream over at Phantom Booligans, and what's that? That's like 8 o'clock Central Daylight Time, 6 Pacific. I think that's how it goes. Um, correct me if I'm wrong.
I believe it's 6:30 Pacific time,
Oh,
9:30 Eastern time, 8:30
I forgot the.
Central.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Hey, I don't know why he starts it on the half hour. I don't
I
know.
don't know.
But it's not my stream, so I don't ask.
I kind of like it. I kind of like it actually. Kind of throws people off. That way, if people get bored of the other stuff, they go, "Hey, we can go over there and get bored even more." So yeah, please. Hopefully, that'll come to fruition. Of course, needless to say, I work with you. After I'm done with this show here, I'm gonna either I am going to record. We'll talk, Mike. We'll talk. Either I'm going to record Contraband Police, or I'll do it live. And if I'm doing it live, that's where I need to talk to you, Mike,
Okay.
because you can guide me because I'm a lost little sheep, and just as long as you don't lead me to the cave of wolves. And that is between that's not anywhere between anything. That's 5 o'clock Central Daylight Time on Baron Ormontag's Fandom Legacy. That's my channel. It better be because it has my name on it. And Wednesdays about 3 o'clock Central Daylight Time, so it doesn't interfere with our Pop Talk Adventures that comes later on at 5 o'clock Central Daylight Time. I'm going to do another episode of Fuzz. What is that? That's Police Simulator Patrol Officers. And I did my first one, kind of doing more, starting from fresh. So I'm doing the introductory, letting people know how the game goes as I'm going along with that. And then we're going to really get into the fun of being a police officer in the great city of Brighton in the wonderful state of Franklin. Might have heard of that state. It's a very important swing state, by the way. So again, that's 3 o'clock Central Daylight Time. That will be recorded. And let's see, is there anything else I can think of? Oh, as I think sometime soon, it's already been released to subscribers to his channel. But I don't know exactly when it's going to be released to the full public. But please go over the Pops channel and see our discussion of the movie Android. Uh, both of us had kind of a pleasing take of this. Roger Corman he divorced himself from Roger Corman film that is actually really, really good. Oh, okay, yeah, please do. That'd be wonderful. And so I invite when that shows up finally. Please take a look at it. It was a fun. I already got set for the next film. I'm not going to say I picked it. It's one I've been always meaning to watch.
You
But
cut out.
I cut out. How am I now?
You're good now.
Okay. It's a film that I've never seen, but I was told all the way up to Harlan Ellison. Harlan Ellison was telling me this too. You got to see this movie. And I'm embarrassed. I never saw it. He has never seen it, Pops, even though he has it in his collection. I will give one hint. one hint in the nature of what this movie is, and that hint would be what could be a good hint? I could say Mongo is only pawn in Game of Life, but it's not that movie. But the hint is what's involved around that movie or who is involved in that movie. So it's probably one.
Is it a Gene Wilder film?
No, in fact, he turned down playing it because he thought he was too young to play the character.
Okay.
So yeah, I already got my notes. I already got my notes on this film, and I haven't even. That's how excited I am to actually do this. But it is a comedy. It is a comedy, and it's based off of a book. It's one of the 12. This book has been made into 12 movies, and different movies. People doing it, and this is one. I will just leave it there. And but if you watch Contraband Police Comrades, you can kind of understand where we might be going to with this movie as well. That'll be another little hint there. So yeah, this leaves you footwork to figure it out with the clues I give you. So let's see how good Sherlock is. That Sherlock Holmes you have? Yeah, Sherlock Holmes you have. A very overrated English guy. Yeah, not like our great, not like our great Russian Arkanistani detectives we have. So, and I'm looking for it. I really am.
Nice.
Ashamed I never is on my
You
list.
kind of
I was ashamed never to see it, but it was on my list to see. Now
nice,
I
very
fulfilled that
nice.
movie bucket list. Yeah, that's my movie bucket list.
Now, before I start promoting what's on Pacific Forum 4 for this week, there is one more trailer to look at over on the Cosme side.
Oh, really? Oh, I took. Did I take
Yes.
that? No, I did not take it down. I'm still in there. Oh, hi. I see that now. I'm going to turn my
I
thing
have not
on.
seen Frisco Kid. I will admit it. I have not seen it.
Oh, I think I saw it, but way long ago, so I don't remember it. Sadly, that'd be a good. Ooh, gotta look that one up and see if that's available.
So, if everybody who would like to be in the Cosme link would like to be over there right now, please head over there. We do have another trailer to take a look at here.
I like having two screens. This screen, this screen. Yeah. Hi.
And let me
My
just.
profile now.
Hey, why not? Why not? John Rendell does that. Why not you?
Brian for a long time, but yeah, John. Yeah, he's got that. He's got that excellent profile to him,
Yes.
especially when he puts that FDR cigarette holder in his mouth.
DJ, good to see you. I hope your workday is going well for you, brother.
DJ, you're late.
A wizard is never late, nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to.
No, this is more appropriate.
But am I not turtly enough for the Turtle Club?
Hey, DJ, great to see you. And nerd. Yeah, we'll put you to sleep. Don't worry. My profile. Oh, you know what? You should do it properly.
There you go. So if everybody is ready, I will go ahead and press play on the Cosme side. DJ, if you'd like to watch this trailer, please click on to the Cosme link that's pinned to the top of the chat. And
Yeah,
I'm starting the trailer now.
come on in. Come on in. The water's fine. It's not warm when Cash Money's in the pool.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
That was his humor.
Yep. It's interesting hearing his real voice
Yeah.
because you never really heard that, even when he was playing other characters. Because, like he said, he's hiding behind characters. He always was, and you know that was no when he got caught in the theater. He was done dirty,
He
right?
was.
He was done absolutely dirty on that one, and I know he was persona non grata in Hollywood, and he himself pulled back, just like he was kind of seeing it there, because the art and the artist was no longer separate, and he was all about keeping those separate, and he was great at it until it was forced on him. But yeah, he was literally a pop culture god, little
Hmm.
god, by the way. I mean, Pee Wee was in some fashion or another everywhere. Even if you never watched his stuff, you knew who Pee Wee was, and the laugh. Ah!
I know there, but what am I? Ha!
Exactly, exactly, exactly. This
Eh,
looks. Are you gonna do this as a watch party? It should be.
I, I want to.
This is yeah, because now it's after his death, so
I want to do it as a special. I,
I can see him because he even says it in there, so we can tell he knew he was going to die soon,
yeah.
right?
I mean, you could tell by looking at him.
Yeah. So it's like, okay, this is a way for me to leave my final impact of who I am and why. And now it's more comfortable to bring me out because I'm not going to be around much longer.
Hmm.
In fact, it's going to be released after I'm gone.
Yeah.
So we can take that curtain down between me and my and it's not just Pee Wee. He did several things. I mean, when he's talking about the drugs, like how many, he was in a couple Cheech and Chong films for crying out loud. I'm
True.
sure he and Cheech and Chong sat around and had a good geefing time, um, amongst others, other illicit substances. But yeah, it's
I was just double checking the date.
mhm. Yeah, and you're right about that, about the humor, about that. That was his humor. I'm going to leave out the part of drugs. Oh, I guess I didn't. Because he was going to talk about it anyways. It's just how we do it with my quirky humor. And I think that's the other thing you remember. Paul Rubens, just like Steve Martin, just like Andy Kaufman, never considered themselves, and they weren't comedians, they're performance artists that happen to have humor in it,
Hmm.
which is a little different than a comedian going out there and doing their shtick. So, uh, obviously, Steve Martin left his performance artist persona behind him as he got more popular. Andy Kaufman dropped off early in his life, so we don't know what direction he would have gone in. It would have been
No, we
weird,
don't.
though. Yeah, who knows what direction Andy would have gone? And we were able to see the long life of Paul Rubens and
The ups,
having
the downs, the resurgence of his career, and
the Penguin's father. Tim Burton was. Let's put you in as his old cameo as the Penguin's father, and then various others. Buffy the Vampire Slayer, uh, all across the board. So, and the re-rise of Pee Wee.
hmm
Who would have thought that he was able to revive that character for that short amount of time? Um, in modern day at times here, modern days, which he did, and I'm sure if he didn't pass away, we would have seen more Pee Wee.
yeah, I bet we would have.
Hmm. Because why not? It sounds like that is one of his personas that he really loved, uh, for the impact that it did, and it was a
Yes,
very impactful one.
yes.
Mhm. He'll always be remembered. Always, he'll never be forgotten. He's immortal now.
All
Oh,
right, Anonymous. You start that fire. You cook up those steaks, and you cook them good.
I'll call the burn center and tell them to be ready for you.
Thanks for being here today, brother.
Take care. Da 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 da. Anonymous. Do 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 do.
But my question to everyone who's here right now is, when do you want to watch this? I already have Tommy Boy scheduled for the 25th.
This is a good question.
And it comes out May 23rd. And I won't be able to do a watch party for it on the 24th of May because that's another episode of The Adventure Continues.
Right.
With Anonymous, and he's already picked his episode.
Yeah, Mike's going to have a guest that actually shows up.
I wasn't saying that, Baron.
I know. I had to throw it in there. I got to take a shot at myself. Remember, we all make it. Just because we make fun of each other doesn't mean we can't make fun of ourselves while doing it. So,
I know.
And Cash isn't here, so I can't dump on him. So
no, Cash isn't here. Cash had to get some fresh kale. But let me ask you guys: do you want it to be a part of Pop Talk? Do you want it to be a part of a special night, or maybe I don't do a game stream?
I was going to say special night because it's a special thing. You can even do the little special thing, the next gaming stream has to be presented for the special for the special presentation, like we used to see with CBS and all that. Pop, ba, da, da, pop, pop, pop.
So now here's the second part of the question. We do this live stream, the special watch party, on a night that would typically be a game night. Do you want it on a Tuesday, or do you want it on a Thursday? 6 p.m. would still be the start time.
Tuesday?
Okay, Baron says Tuesday. What about everybody else?
I mean, because I do, on Thursdays, but I'll duck out for a Pee Wee Herman documentary. Heck, you might get Jace ducking out to see it too. So,
I know you are, but what am I?
Yeah, Jace is our Pee Wee.
I used to be able to do a better impression of Pee Wee as a kid, but then again, I was a kid.
You were a kid. You hit puberty. Oh.
I know you are, but
what am I?
Yeah.
That's pretty much how it was. I mean, I know my voice isn't that deep to begin with. I would make fun of my voice till the cows come home. Oh, shut up. Shut up, Baron.
Extinction to all traitors!
Oh, I thought I added the clip this morning. Guess I didn't.
What? That's okay. I didn't add any clips myself when I came on. I was too busy groveling.
Mike, please don't get rid of me, Mike. Please. I'm sorry I didn't show up.
Take me back, please.
You have failed for the last time, Baron.
And I failed a lot.
I guess I didn't add it. I thought I did.
Fail's my middle name.
I just have so many clips. I'm going through it.
We got too many clips, man.
Yeah.
Well, again, like we always complained, how they have it listed, how they have it all there. It's hard to find it because it gets shuffled around, and we always have to add new ones, so it gets shuffled that way. And
yeah, but anyways, it was going to be the "I Know You Are," but one of my clip. But
I saw that one. I thought it was loaded up.
I thought I had it loaded up too, but
then you're crazy.
I know you are, but what am I?
You're a nerd.
I know you are, but what am I?
You're an idiot.
I know you are, but what am I?
I know you.
Problem is, it's blacked out, so we can't even get the reference of an image on it. That would be a man, and
yeah. That's the one thing I don't like about EV Mux is certain clips are blacked out, but
surely you can't be serious.
I am serious, and don't call me Shirley.
All in favor of watching the Paul Rubens documentary Pee Wee as himself on May the 24th at 6? Put a 1 in the chat. All in favor of watching it on Thursday. Wait, I said the 26th. I meant the 24th. And all those in favor of watching it on the 26th, which is a Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern, put a 2 in the chat.
And those of you who want to see Baron get dumped out the airlock, put a 3 in the chat. Wait a minute, what did I just do to myself? That didn't come out right.
Lady Miss is up for both nights.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go both nights. What crumbs? I don't have crumbs. Oh! Look who's here! Look who's here! We got. Oh, I'm ashamed of myself. I'm ashamed of myself, but that can be fixed in a heartbeat because I am good. I'm better than good. I am great.
All right, you're good. You're smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like you.
I don't know about the smart enough. Welcome, Phil. He started it.
But Lady Miss with a 5, okay, she wants to have 5 nights for watching the Paul Rubens documentary.
Ooh.
That's how I'm interpreting it, Lady Miss.
What would you do? Just do it on a loop and just have it for those 5 days, 24 hours, and see who can last the longest. And what we'll do is we'll tie Cash to a chair like they did in A Clockwork Orange. And I'll be the one, I'll put the eye drops in and have him watch the loop 5 days.
It's Paul Rubens, DJ, not Paul Newman.
I know, yeah, but what am I?
So I'll start working on that thumbnail in a couple days or a couple weeks. But yeah, we'll have that as a special night. It's not going to be Pop Talk related, so don't expect any kind of special intros or anything. I mean, I could use the Pop Talk intro. That would just, be the easy way out. But
well, just make a heck. I'll even do a quick special presentation.
And it's good to see old Gamer 72 Cutlass. Yeah, I usually face palm with my streams too, brother.
Facepalm? What do we do now? What do I do now?
I don't know. No, I didn't want that, Evie Monks. I want this.
Evie must be naughty? Who'd have thought?
Lady Miss says she met him on a movie set when she was a small human.
Oh.
Nice.
Oh, that's right. She's a dragon. I forgot.
She's the dragon queen.
She's a dragon queen. That's why I behave around her. That's why I don't send inappropriate links to her. See, DJ thought he was safe because as a turtle, being a reptile, and dragons are in that category too, so he thought he was safe on that one. Meanwhile, I'm nice and squishy in that way, and I'm not a dragon, so I stay on the good side.
Me, I just make sure she doesn't have to release her dragons because I don't want to get burned and I don't want them to stomp on me.
Maybe she needs to go over to Animos's quickly and help him with the fire.
Maybe. But yeah.
I'll give a couple points if she hotfoots him.
So let me just double check. You know, I fucked up the dates. I'm such a moron. I said it. I'll admit I'm a moron. It's the 27th would be the last Tuesday of May, and the 29th is the last Thursday of May. So I fucked it up. I'll admit it.
Are you talking about Newman? Lady?
I'm talking about the Paul Rubens
No,
documentary special
no,
watch party that we're gonna do.
no. I was talking this comment that that Lady Miss said. She's asking about Paul Newman. I actually saw him race up in the in Brainerd. They have kind of a semi-famous racetrack up there. Uh, and his car blew up on him. I mean, it didn't blow up, but the engine blew up on him. It was a hot, humid day, and his little Toyota couldn't handle it. And but yeah, I saw him at least race those once. My uncle took and see it, so that was something else. Fun. I got sunburned bad. I had a hat on,
Yes,
baseball
go
cap.
go
Like you're
go
burned.
ahead and give me the downvote. Give me there. It's May 27th, which is a Tuesday, and the other choice is May 29th. Either day works for me.
What?
I'm gonna go sit in the corner now and think about what I've done.
Hey, hey, you're doing a better job on dates than I am. I have nothing to say. Nothing to say.
All right, but yeah, that'll be a special watch party, not related to the movie that we're gonna be watching next month. This is a special one because I do want to see this documentary.
I do too after seeing that.
Yeah.
I really do. It looks fantastic. And Tim Burton was involved somehow with this, so it's going to have
I,
that.
I'm I'm not surprised he was involved. I mean, considering how many times they did work together.
Mm-hmm. And gave him little shots after the incident. You know,
Mm-hmm.
it's like remembering him, and it's like, okay, I'll put you in here. I'll put you in here, and yeah, it's small, but at least you get you get some money. You're doing something, and you're not totally abandoned. And gotta give props to Tim Burton on that. Really do.
But yeah.
You're gonna have to explain that to me later, Cash. I mean, Mike. I call you Cat. Okay, I'm gonna let myself out now. Sorry about that.
See, I'm infecting you too.
No, I was affected. It started yesterday. I went into the Knoll zone. It's like, and I didn't even take anything. I didn't even take my medicinal gummies because of pain and all. It was like,
Wait, that's how I see you all the time before the show.
oh, that's true. That's true.
Usually, I have to ask the long suffering, just kick him or whatever you do to get him to boot up.
She did that before this show. You might have heard her in the background.
System online.
No,
For how long? Who knows?
In fear of dragging this out even longer, we have, we do have Peacock. No, yeah, Peacock, because that has on Patrol Live, but they also have Red Dwarf. So I was watching some Red Dwarf last night too.
I'll blame the Red Dwarf.
I need to have an
comes out.
H. Well, that was after the missus came home. I want to put something on to uplift her spirits. She came home from hard work, and so I was like, "Hey, let's have a little Red Dwarf." And we haven't seen season 12 yet, or series 12, so they got that on there.
Nice. But yes, folks, we will be watching the Paul Rubens documentary at the end of next month for a special night. And as far as what's coming up for the rest of this week on Pacific414 for YouTube, Rumble, and X, for Tuesday, I will be playing more Rise of the Ronin. And if you missed the video that I uploaded Thursday, I actually was able to beat that boss fight where I was fighting off the two bosses, and for 4 hours couldn't do it during the stream, and I was so frustrated at the end of that stream last Tuesday that I deleted that stream. But I did end up beating those bosses, and the video's up on the channel now. I do apologize about the double audio that's in that video. That's my bad. I had two audio sources open, and I needed to close one, and I didn't realize it until after the fact.
Like I did for my
Well,
first.
what can I say? I'm an idiot.
Yeah, that's what I did on my first Contraband Police. I was an idiot.
Yeah. But that'll be coming
Anyway,
up Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, it sucks, doesn't it, Baron? When you realize it after the fact, it's like, damn it.
I wish.
And honestly, I'll be honest, I didn't want to go back and try it again. I was tired. I need to get to bed. I did it. It's like, it's done.
Right.
But, of course, Wednesday, and there will be restrictions on the Cosme side because I don't want someone coming into the Cosme side that shouldn't be coming in if they're not old enough to watch the two movies for our double feature on Wednesday when we're watching Good Morning Vietnam and also Old School.
They have naughty stuff.
Yeah. Well, they do. It's adult oriented content, and
Yeah.
I
Both
don't want.
R-rated, right?
Yeah, I don't want someone coming in that shouldn't be seen. I'll be putting the same restrictions on when we're watching Goodfellas and when we're watching Blazing Saddles, and the other movie I'll be putting the restrictions on for is Heavy Metal.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's see, nudity, gore. I don't think there's much language in there, but drug use. I mean, but man,
again,
it's a great movie.
I don't want anybody coming into the Cosby watching the movie and when they shouldn't be watching the movie. And some might be saying, well, why are you still having the watch party? Because we're all adults, or at least we should be. We should be able to handle the content in the movies. And Good Morning Vietnam's a good movie. Old School's a good, funny movie. Heavy Metal is a good movie. Blazing Saddles is a classic, and it's funny.
It's supposed to be a comedy?
Well, excuse me while I whip this out.
Yeah. I only say that because the former long suffering, when I shoulder young Frank, I'm sure I said this story before, sat her down to watch Young Frankenstein. And about 5 minutes into the movie, she goes, "Is this supposed to be in black and white?" Then we go about 10 minutes in the film. "Is this supposed to be funny?"
Well, you know, some people just don't get the humor.
Well, I think she even says herself she's not into like comedies and all that. And I can attest she doesn't have a humorous bone in her body. I'm kidding. If you're watching, I'm just kidding, huh? I'm just kidding, former honey.
Yes, Free Rock. I was disappointed in my performance during the game that I deleted it.
Yeah, he doesn't throw controllers, folks. He just deletes streams.
Well, at the price of a new controller, I'd rather keep the controller.
Yeah, but I'm sure there got to be some crack marks in it because they're holding on to so tight in there.
And
not intentionally damaging it, but it's like you can hear a little crack here or there.
And Jay says Predator Badlands is going to be epic, and the Predator looks great. And peeps that don't know this, all Predators have different looks. That always the thing in the lore. Yeah, and I said what I said. It looks good. Not gonna lie, from watching the trailer, but I don't know that I need to rush out the first day in the theaters to go see it.
Again, it's one of those things we want to hear from our peers and what they have to say, and that'll be the guide. Just like the old days. I don't trust critics. I don't trust tomatoes or are
I
brain
don't
dead brain slugs. I don't know. I
uh,
don't trust them.
honestly. I don't trust professional critics who are even on YouTube. I trust those who are like us, who go to the movies because they still enjoy movies, and they'll tell you the truth.
Hmm. The only professional critic I trust is Pops. There, I did my. There I go. There's my butt kissing.
Pops is one of us, though.
Yeah, he is one of them. I. How many controllers did I destroy? I wore out a couple controllers. I didn't destroy them. I just wore them out. You play so often on it, and after a while, it's like it's not working. Like it should. So it's time to go and get a couple more controllers. But no, I think I lost two because of being worn out.
I mean, Lady Miss was there Tuesday night. She knows how frustrated I was at the end of it. I said, I'm tired of this shit.
And she still came back, and it was part of the chat. That's you didn't scare her off.
I mean, the whole thing about doing this was being myself. I'm being myself. I'm not perfect. I never claimed to be perfect.
You're being yourself, and you still didn't.
Well, I mean, I'm playing a game, and you've seen me when I'm playing games. I focus on that game, and when I fail in the game, I feel like I'm not just letting the audience down. I'm letting myself down, especially when it takes me 3 hours to get through one part.
Oh, but the thing is no, you're not. At least not me. You're not failing me because I'm enjoying the Mike meltdown. Oh yeah, I think I wore out one Apple joystick too.
I mean, I'm not perfect. I have my flaws.
Hey, I'm my Flaw is my middle name. Is Baron Orman Flaw Taggy.
Ryan Rodrate. No, that's what he calls you.
I know. I don't mind. Doomcock used to call me Taggy at first too. I think most people do because it's like how you pronounce this. For all I know, maybe it is Taggy, but I just say Tag. Everyone I've heard before is always called Tag. Also Tag.
I know.
Oh,
and
just one last thing. I made a couple personalized T-shirts because I figure I need to have attire. When I do this stuff, other than being like DJ Ronnie G and wear the same T-shirt. So I did up two special print up jobs. One has Jack Death on it from Transers because the image that they have is just so freaking cool. And the other one is Baron Norman Tags Fandom Legacy. Just see how those work out, and then maybe I'll make some more custom tees for me. I got bored. I was going to get a Caucasian one, but I thought, no, I want to go. I want to go specialized.
Yeah, yeah.
What? You should do the same thing, Mike.
I mean, I've talked about having merchandise for the channel, but I'm still not thoroughly convinced that they're a customer base that would want to purchase it.
Well, no, but the thing is, this isn't merch. This is just for myself. Yeah. See, what you need to do is you need to make a couple for yourself and see if people go, "Hey, Mike, where you get that T-shirt?" And then you can see. That's how you can see if you got an interest.
I know. This is just one of my flaws, folks.
Okay, tell you what, I'll do one up for Bear Norman Tag. Send it to you, and you can wear it, but you got to be on camera for a
while. No, I don't want to scare people away.
Well, you have me on the freaking show.
You're not scaring people away.
Nope. DJ, don't say that last part. Please don't. Someone's in the chat. Actually, I was I was thinking about making some stickers up or something like that too, just for the hell of it. I know Jace merch. He has stickers, and I know I'm on some of the stickers, so maybe I'll get one of those from 540 Studio. And then I got to talk to him about. I want my pound of flesh. You
I mean, my sister a couple years ago had a hat made. Let me grab it now. Put my ugly mug on camera. So give me a second.
I know you are, but what am I? No, huh? No, that didn't work out right. That didn't go. That didn't go proper. But yeah, we are kind of because we are in some ways we are humble people. It's like now, who would want to have our crap? Who would want to be wearing a shirt with us on it or a logo on it? So it's one of those things. Where after a while, you go, you got to let us know. How much do you like Pop Talk? Pacific414 Pop Talk. Fan of Booligans. I mean, oh, I like that idea there, Padawan. That's the thing. I was watching my rugby yesterday. My team, Bath in England, they won. But, of course, they got advertising on their outfits, their kits. And across the ass, it says Dyson. So, because there's always, a lot of crouching when you have scrums and stuff like that. But, honestly, I don't know if I want to have any advertising on my ass. But I'm starting to rethink, having Pacific414 across the butt, that would be cool. Especially if you get the right girl to wear it. Yeah. But instead, we'll probably get Cash doing it, and that won't have the same effect. He'll be down there in Fullerton, California, wearing his Pacific414 sweats, 414 across the ass, getting arrested by the cops. But yeah, no, it'd only work if they still had live or on patrol live down there. Then we could see Cash not only getting arrested but promoting Pacific414. I need to talk to them and see if they can go back to Fullerton. That'd be cool. Who would want to see that? Cash getting arrested with the 414 across the butt sweatpants. I would. Really. Not lying. Not lying at all. I'm lost on that one. Oh, yeah. Okay, I see the first one. I know that one. I used to watch it every Saturday night. It was after Love Boat. The Love Boat soon will be making a... No, never mind. I'm sorry. I'm so very, very sorry. I'll go sit in the corner now, number one. I have to remember to make sure the voice is old. 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 Yeah, I mean, if you guys are ever interested in having merch from good old Mike here, a coffee mug, whatever, let your voices be heard. Let your voices be heard. We'd be more than happy to fulfill your wishes, overcome our embarrassments. Oh, I see what he did there. He put me on the main screen so he can do the quick reveal. Don't see anything yet in the backstage there. It should have already been. Come on, man. Come on. We should do that more often. We should show our LG mugs on the screen more often. Get our faces out there. Scare the mice. She's not a mouse. She's a dragon. She's not scared yet. Don't insult Lady Miss. She's a dragon. You've never scared dragons. You had to make sure you had the right background. Ooh, look at that. Head down. Head down.
No.
There. That's better.
This is the hat that my sister had made a couple of years ago.
Mm-hmm. See, you should be on there with that more often, man. Looks cool. Honor your sister.
I do. I wear the hat.
Well, I know. I mean, on air.
I mean, that's one of the original
logos.
Logos for the channel. I mean, I could grab the original one.
I mean, I like this logo a lot better.
Yeah. Well, Steven helped me out with that one.
Of course he did. It's Fats. He knows what he's doing.
He took what I had done and he improved upon it.
Yeah. He was only a drop in the water for the advertising. That's all I can say. Medium rare, right, Lady Mist? Medium rare. Did I miss it?
I was trying to read it up. I think we both tried to do it at the same time, and
dang us, I tell you, dang us. Well, dang me, you ought to take a rope and hang me high from the highest tree. See if anybody remembers that song. Yeah.
The thing is, that's not the current logo that I use.
Right.
She just took one of my images of the original and made it as a special gift for me.
Mm-hmm.
Because even my sister knows how hesitant I am about making merchandise for the channel.
Mm-hmm. You'll turn into the Jeff Bezos of YouTube, and before we know it, you'll be shooting up brain dead celebrities in a rocket shaped like a.
Oh God, I hope not. I hope not.
Well, see, the thing is
if you want to shoot up someone who's brain dead, I'll just shoot myself up.
No, but what I'm saying is you shoot them up, but you wouldn't have them come back.
They'll be boldly going, and we won't ever see them.
They'll be up there going, yeah, it's really nice up. When are you let us back? Hello, anybody down there? We want to come back home now. Hello, hello, hello.
No. You're not coming back home. But yeah, it probably wouldn't be this logo again. It would probably be the current one I use. Of course, there would be one with the Pop Talk current logo and the original logo. I still like the original logo too, but again, I still thinking about it.
He has soft spots. I'd wear one. I'd wear a shirt.
Well, I also got to look and see how much it would cost just to make one shirt first, a prototype.
Yeah, about 20.
Yeah, because of it's too expensive. It's like forget that.
Mm-hmm. Well, see, if you find the right places, because you have it on there, they go a little bit cheaper. But when you're doing the one-off like that, about $20 some or so, and really, that's usually what a lot of these shirts are going for is about $20, and sweatshirts and such even more.
Yep.
I need to get a sweatshirt for wintertime.
I mean, Nerporeal was having a contest, and I won one of his hoodies.
Oh.
And thank you, Legamus. I thank my sister.
Yeah, he wore that hoodie one time walking down the street, and they arrested him. They thought he was part of a gang.
Oh, wait a minute!
The gang task force went out and got him.
You're a YouTube streamer. We're keeping an eye on you.
Wait a moment, Nerdporio. We know of him. We're bringing you in for questioning. You're detained, not arrested, but detained. Frisk him, boys. Frisk him, Officer Hot Pants.
Yeah, like I said, I'm still thinking about it, and I know DJ and I know Pat. I want to be. I've brought it up on member streams, but that's why I am looking for feedback from people all the time, regardless of what stream you're watching. It's why I'm always asking for feedback. It's because I want the feedback. I want to know what you guys are saying. Yeah, I'll reply.
He's doing his own version of Jeb Bush. Please clap.
No, because I want to
I
know
know.
that I'm doing what's right for the channel, of course, but also that I'm doing content that people enjoy.
Mhm. I think our chat is very happy now, and I like that, especially Lady Miss, because if she's not happy, yeah, I'm part of a human kebab, not to be
Mm.
confused with human caterpillar.
So sometimes those dragons, like she said, they'll just look at you and eat you as you are.
Hmm. I just try to do my donkey charm and see if that works. Donkey?
It may have worked on the dragon in Shrek, but I don't
It
know in
wouldn't
this
work.
case.
No, no, I don't think it'd work with Lady Miss. I'd be Chow. I'd be an appetizer. Well, maybe. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'm a little too big to be appetizer. But
And
PJ,
Padawannabe, I appreciate you helping out with the watch hours. For anybody who doesn't know, I am trying to get to 4,000 watch hours so I can get the ad revenue so I can use some music tracks in future live streams and future videos, which would require ad revenue sharing.
mhm,
But currently, let's see what it's at right now.
mhm.
So I can show everybody who's watching on all three platforms.
There he
Uh,
is. He's in bed watching our stream or your
let
stream.
me let me go ahead and just zoom in, and I'll bring it up on screen. All right, that should be large enough.
You know what you need to do is you need to go out and make deals with a bar paddle wannabe and say, hey, let's play this on one of the screens. Your patrons will love it. The drunker they get, the more they love it.
All right, so currently, yes, I can get and do have memberships, of course, and I can get super chats, super stickers. But what I'm trying to accomplish is getting the ad revenue. So if I and I'll show you guys after I go through this, but trying to get the ad revenue so I can play certain music tracks, even though I know I have to share that ad revenue with the copyright owner. I'm fine with
Mm-hmm.
that. But I'm
Typical app
currently,
cap type of thing.
yeah, I'm currently at 3,379 public watch hours. And in order to get the ad revenue, you have to have 4,000 watch hours. So we're getting close, but we're not quite there yet.
Cue the music. Boom, 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 boom. Bum, 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 bum. That's how close we are, folks. Bum, 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 ba-da-da-da.
Da-da-dun, 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 da-da-dun. So basically, what I'm asking from anybody who's watching right now or who has been with the channel since the beginning is just go back and watch some of the old playlists, and there's plenty of playlists on there to watch.
Plenty of me if you want more Baron on there. Plenty of me on there.
I mean, heck, Baron, you've been with Pop Talk for almost 3 years.
I, I thought about that the other day. It's like, have I really been doing this that long? It's like, wow, time's fun when you're having flies.
So I currently still need 621 watch hours to at least be eligible to get the ad revenue. Whether it's approved by YouTube, that's another thing.
Yeah, pricks. What? What? Who said that?
I don't know, somebody. But let me go down here to creator music because I wanted to show you guys. So let's see. No, revenue share. Just to give you guys an example. So if I wanted to use any of these songs that are listed here, for example, in order to use them, because these are part of the ad revenue sharing, where some of it would go to me, some of it would go to the copyright owner, I have to have ads. Without ads, I can't use it. Because if I use it, I get a copyright claim. Yeah, I could try to play the music at a low volume, but even then, I've tried that before, and the algorithm still picked it up.
Yep.
So
It is better than commissars. They have better ears than commissars. So you must keep an eye on comrade agent algorithm. Very
but
good at job. Da.
but that's another thing, Padawannabe. It goes by a year. So whatever you manage to accumulate in that 1 year, when it comes by that same time the next year, like it is now, it will take away some of those watch hours. You have to reaccumulate those watch hours.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I can show you all some of the ones that I'd like to use. Uh, I mean,
Turtle power.
the only way I was actually able to use this was in a short. With shorts, you can use copyrighted music. It doesn't have any restrictions, but that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for, if we do an edition of Pop Talk and I want to have a special intro theme for that edition of Pop Talk, for example. That's what I'm more talking about. Because this track right here, I can't play it, but this track right here, I listened to it, and this would have been the theme for The Adventure Continues. I wanted to use Turtle Power for when we watched Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And of course, all these that you see in green are ones that are free to use.
But you still
And
get zinged. I found that out.
yeah. I mean, God bless the USA. I wanted to use that for a live stream. And then, yeah, you can pay for the right to use the song once, but who wants to pay $30?
Who the hell is these guys anyways? I don't know these guys.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of these are also cover bands, not just the original
Right.
artists, but cover bands. I mean, so some of these, like this one, I didn't mind paying the $2 for this one when you and Cash last had your last pirate edition of Pop Talk. I figured, okay,
Oh,
it's one time. I don't mind paying $2 for the one time to use it.
right.
And yeah, I got the claim, but as soon as I produced the license, the claim was dropped.
Mm-hmm. They should already know. I mean, for crying out loud, they should already
Yeah,
know. It shouldn't be an issue.
yeah, it
The
shouldn't.
algorithm
But
should go in there and go, "Oh, wait a moment, they got that on there." Boom.
wait a minute, this account already paid for the right to use this,
Right.
but unfortunately, it doesn't.
No. Get Doge in there. Get them work.
Yeah, but that's primarily what I'm looking for when it comes to the shared ad revenue. Getting up to those hours where I do have ad revenue is to add different things to the channel
Mm-hmm.
for special streams, or a special night where you don't hear the Pop Talk anthem or the usual Sunday theme, or if we have something coming up for The Adventure Continues, for example. I can use a theme from Star Trek, an actual theme, and not have to worry about any copyright claims, strikes, or anything like that.
I just looked at my Discord and it's like Jace shows me the stickers on a DM. It's like I already knew about it, Jace.
That's all right. He just sending you a reminder.
Well, they got cash money on there too. It'd be perfect for a dartboard.
Cash money, yeah. Where's my Sharpie? I'm going to draw a mustache on him.
Can you make a dartboard into a voodoo doll? That'd be interesting.
I don't know, Baron. I don't know, but that again, everything that comes into the channel currently with super chats and memberships, I put back into the channel, whether it be paying for EV mugs, whether it be paying for a game that I've been holding off on, or you know, paying for a music track, whatever it may be. I want to make sure that everything that's earned on the channel is put back into the channel. That's always been my goal. And it's what I've been doing for the almost 2 years I've been monetized.
Oh, it's been that long?
As far as the super chats, it'll be 2 years in August.
Wow. Jeez.
Yeah.
Just like we were saying.
As long as nothing happens between now and then. Now that I've said that, yes, I'm one of those people that, yeah, I know I shouldn't have said it, but now that I've said it,
especially when you got the classic person who can cause shadow bans on.
Yeah.
And of course, the worst one, Cash. Well, these people, I want to talk about them. I'm talking to you, YouTube.
Yeah, in the game, YouTube. I mean, it is sad that we actually have to say that.
Yeah. It is. It is.
But another thing I just want to say, if there's something about the content of the channel that you're not liking for any particular reason, let me know. Or if you have any suggestions on how things can be improved, let me know. I will admit, I might be slow at getting it implemented, but I will take it to heart.
Of course he's slow. He's got turtle power.
Hey, well, you'd be slow too if you ate a whole pizza.
I am slow. Before the pizza. Pizza.
But
maybe I should eat macaroni today.
I do appreciate everybody being here. You know, you don't have to be at Pacific414, watch Pop Talk or the game streams, or even last night with The Adventure Continues, but you're here and I do appreciate it. And you all are family. Even if I'm the weird guy on the stream, you guys are still family.
Disagreeing. I should agree with the host. So.
No. You have your own mind. You know you can speak your mind.
Brain? What is brain?
Yeah, that's what I ask myself sometimes.
That's what I asked myself this morning.
When's the next Mario Kart? You know, that is something I've never done on the channel, is getting a group of people that have Mario Kart together and playing Mario Kart.
Yeah, that's more of a Master Paul thing. That's what threw me off. Is like, did you ever play Mario Kart?
I mean, I have the game, but I haven't played with a group of people.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering if you were part of one of his at one time.
No. Okay, True Rock. And DJ says, I will clean my room.
Oh. I thought he was going to clean his room because Jordan Peterson told him to.
Nah. Yeah, because I think one of the worst things I can do is just be, stagnant and say, "Oh, nothing's wrong, nothing needs to be changed." There might be things I can tweak here and there, and that'll make the streams better.
We don't have that one. I should think about getting it. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see.
I have it. I have it. I do. Because honestly, I don't know what game I'm going to play after I'm finished with either WrestleQuest or Rise of the Ronin. I haven't quite decided on what game I'm gonna play, but I can definitely play Half-Life. I'm not very good at it. I will admit, I'm not very good at it, but I can play it.
Well, that's okay. I'm not very good at most of the games I play either.
But again, I do appreciate everybody being here. I know this kind of took it to an awkward area, but you know, there are just times where I question: Am I doing, what needs to be done for the channel to grow?
I keep on saying replace Cash Money with the Janet from their planet, but that I always get shot down. I always get shot down on that one.
Yeah, yeah. Well, cash is cash. You are you. I'm who I am.
Yeah, you goobers.
Yeah. But Lady Miss says that she played the first Half-Life game, but was stressed the whole time. Watching it is more fun. Yeah, and that's the thing. I've been asked to join different streams, gaming streams for different games. So it's like, I'm not really into the game. I like watching you play it, but I'm not
Mm-hmm.
really into it myself.
Well, sometimes it's nice about it if you have the game and it does do exactly like Lady Miss. It stresses out. Watching it, then it kind of gives you a little bit of idea of the fundamentals, and you go in and it takes off. Actually, even with Contraband Police, watching some people playing it, it's like, oh, okay, now I know what I can do and get the gist, and then I started playing. Same thing with on patrol, not on patrol, but Police Simulator. Some of these games, so it's like, oh, okay, these are nice little you know things that you should know about, but you don't
Hold up.
get necessarily. What?
I just opened my stream and someone sent me a gift.
No, what? Huh?
Baron!
What?
Dude!
What did I do now? I didn't do anything. I'm innocent this time. It's Cash's
Dude!
fault. It's Cash's fault.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Play it.
But
You're welcome.
But Baron, you didn't have to do this, man.
I know I didn't, but it was a special thing. I was supposed to be there. Your compadre. I really I felt really bad, and it's like, oh no, I figure, okay, I'll do this because I can. So don't worry about it, man. It was no. That's why you got a wish list, right?
Yeah, but you didn't have to do this. I don't want to, take the gift
What?
because you feel bad about not showing up. It happens, brother. I'm not mad at
Well,
you. You know
it's
that.
because I want to watch you play the game too.
Okay, all right, all right.
If you don't take it, I'll be hurt, personally hurt.
I don't want to hurt your feelings.
Look at my face.
Again, that's the face I always see. It the Lord Sufferer
Oh.
usually has to come and whack you and reboot you.
Whoa, freezing.
Come on, I'm trying to make people laugh.
I'm laughing. I had to follow through with the joke.
Well, thank you, Baron.
You're welcome, man. Enjoy it. Play it. Have fun. Destroy things. Have the controller crack even more a little bit when you're playing. It's not that you intend on damaging your controller, but sometimes you just don't know your own grip in those frustrating moments.
I mean, when I was, like I said, when I was playing Alien Isolation, I was gripping that controller hard. Hard. I know, crazy, but I was because every time that xenomorph came, and my headphones are pretty good at delivering the sound, so every time it was coming, it's like, oh fuck, it's right behind me. I mean, I was tense. It's like I shouldn't be scared because it's a game, but just when you're hearing the sound through your headphones, it's like, son of a bitch.
That's the sign of a good game. that it can get you so immersed into it, and you hear that sound. I mean, when I'm playing certain games and I hear that certain sound, I can feel the goosebumps behind me. It's like, oh crap! And that's a sign of the game doing the proper job, getting you immersed into it. And if it doesn't do that, then it's somewhat disappointing.
And one game that Kitty Bear wants me to practice on is Fallout 76 because he gifted me that game when it was on
Oh.
sale. And he says, I want you to practice on it before you stream it. I said, I'm going to have to practice on that game before I stream it.
I'm still not totally sold on that one. To be honest with you, it's like, I don't know, just. I know Cash, I know Phil, I know others play it out there, but I'm just not fully sold on it yet. I suppose because it's open, it's
Open world and
open world online type of thing and dealing with
yeah.
other people. It's like I'm not that dedicated of a gamer to be reliable in those situations. I suppose I can be if we get a group going and I get a whip cracked across me. Yeah, okay then, but at this time being, I just don't like going out. And no offense to randos out there, it's just my anxiety part. Um, it's a me thing, not your thing, people. Again, that's just like with Marvel Rivals and all that. I have a lot more fun with
Mm-hmm.
people I know. I don't have that much problem with Space Marine 2 because what the hell, we're out to kill. It's like
Yeah.
I'm a Space Marine. Screw you
Well,
guys.
see, the thing about Space Marine and Space Marine 2 is they have single player campaigns.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So you're not reliant on other people being in your group who are
Mm-hmm.
reliant on you as well
Right.
to get through a mission.
Right. Exactly. And so when I find like doing cooperative playing and all that, it's always great with people even if you don't like the person you're playing with, at least you know them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Fat Steven gets on my case because I play games with him, but I'm not as talkative as he would like me to be.
Yeah.
But also, here's my thing. I'm also trying to listen to the conversation that might be had
Mm.
and looking for an opportunity to add something of value to that conversation instead of just opening my mouth and saying something.
Oh,
Eh,
don't want to be me. Okay.
because I do have a habit of opening my mouth without listening to the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of my bad habits. But I'm also just, as you all know, one of those people. Once I get focused on something, especially at boss battle, I'll go radio silent.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I'm here
I think
to
a lot of
beat
us
the
do.
game.
Mm-hmm. I'm kind of that way. I'm kind of that way. That's why it's nice streaming games like Police Simulator and Contraband Police is
Mm-hmm.
even when you do get in the action, you're still able to talk. Yeah, you're wrapped into it, but it's not so that you can still open your mouth and spew forth your garbage. And I shoot this guy, and I shoot this guy. See that guy over there? I'm not going to shoot him. I'm going to let someone else shoot him.
I've thought about that paddle wannabe, but I don't know at this time.
Yeah, I think don't. Yeah, some people got that, don't they?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mhm.
You know what game I have been thinking about streaming, but I don't know if it's gonna be after I finish Rise of the Ronin
Mhm.
or you know after WrestleQuest, because again I'm not sure what I'm going to be streaming after those two games. But I've been thinking about streaming this game called Power Wash. I don't know.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
Yeah. And here's what before everybody starts going boo, throwing their tomatoes and everything at the screen. We need a relaxing game every now and then,
Yeah.
don't we?
Yeah.
There's no explosions, there's no blood, there's no gore, just a relaxing game stream where we can sit back and chill.
I think there is a lot of game streams of that game out there. And I mean, I find it humorous, but in a good way. It's like, of
Yeah.
all the things out there for games, you have this power wash game, and it's like, why don't you take your car to the power wash? You look outside, the car is like
I
brown, and all the mud and the dirt, and they're inside playing this game where they're washing. No,
I actually did that Friday after the movie.
wash your car.
Yeah.
So it's
It
not
it
brown no
it
more. Okay, good.
it needed it because of all the pollen and everything
Oh yeah.
from this last month. It's like, okay, I need to do a thorough washing.
Mhm. Too bad you didn't get early. They had that Warhammer 40K where you could clean off the rhinos after taking on chaos, and you were like a little tech. One of the mechanicus doing it.
Mhm.
I was watching some of that. I'm going, you gotta be kidding me. I mean, not in a bad way. It's just like, hey, okay, no problem. I'm not going to
Yeah.
criticize the game. It's just like, I just find certain amount of amusement in that in a good way, and it's like, which is good because it has your curiosity.
Yeah, it does. And Tree Rock, wouldn't you want to watch a relaxing game stream after you get home from a long day at work? Even if you do fall asleep, you have this calming game of calming music, just power washing random stuff. And you don't have to worry about explosions. You don't have to worry about me yelling and getting frustrated.
Oh no, you'll be frustrated. Where's that bit of dirt I missed?
Wait, what's back of dirt? Where is it? I'll pull my trigger.
See, what they need though is they need to have the Transformers in you. Wash out Optimus Prime. Now, wouldn't that be a dream?
No, Baron. No game has to have the Transformers in it just to get me to go, ooh, I played that. It has Transformers.
No, I'm just saying though. Wouldn't it have been cool? Wouldn't it be cool if they have the Warhammer 40K thing? They bring other stuff in. Wouldn't it be great? Have the Transformer. You get to watch Optimus Prime, and he thanks you in his Peter Cullen's voice.
Well, I mean that part would be cool. But
Yeah, see, no, there's my point.
you put the bait down and I bit.
Hey, I mean, the
I'm
Warhammer
like,
40K
ooh,
almost grabbed me.
look, Bear just dropped the worm on the hook. I'm gonna go toward it.
Hey, if I had Power Wash or had the money at the time, I would have gotten for the Warhammer 40K. It's like, oh, there's the bait. There's the bait.
I think at one point last year they did have a Back to the Future theme or
Yeah,
something
they
like
did.
that.
Yeah, you could do the DeLorean and some other stuff. Yeah.
Wait, no, Baron phrasing. Do the
We all
DeLorean.
we all want to do the DeLorean. Come on. If we become autosexuals, I think the DeLorean would be the first thing. Either that or the Batmobile. You know, the '66 Batmobile.
Oh, I could hear. I could hear Cash getting angry. Maybe not to my levels, but
Oh, he'd be
and Baron, no offense, but I think he would tap out, going, "Fuck this game."
probably. Oh, I know my weaknesses. There's some games I'm kind of afraid to touch at because am I really going to be that good? And do I want to do this in the co-op? Will I be yelled at like from Cash because he can be pretty damn mean? He hurts my feelings.
Well, I mean, if you want the ASMR, I could talk like this during the whole stream of Power Wash. How's everybody doing? So tonight we're gonna play a game of Power Wash. It sounds fun, right?
Mike might actually even do CPU versus CPU and do the commentary.
No, no. What's the point?
I know. What's the point? Only if it's for a good joke.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Pacific414 Pop Talk, where I'm under the impression that some folks think I have a good ASMR voice. I don't know. You be the judge.
Welcome to Pop Talk Public Radio, and we're here for one thing considered. So we want you to sit back and If you wish to, you can call in, but we will ignore all your calls because this is only one thing considered, just like all of us here at Public Radio. We're going to be talking about how Orange Man is bad, followed by Orange Man is bad. The next one will be Orange Man is bad. Then we will have our Hail Zelensky portion, and then we'll follow up with Orange Man is bad. So we'll start beginning the program here. But while we're at, we want you to contribute to, of course, public radio. If it wasn't for you guys, sorry, if it wasn't for you out there as being members, we would not be here doing this. Plus, we have Elon Musk taking all our funding away. So please keep us from wearing barrels around us as we have no clothes, and using a tin can with a string to do our broadcasts and give to public radio. Thank you.
And welcome back here, Ron. He's probably wondering, why are you guys still on? Here it is. It's 6 o'clock, and you guys are still flapping your jaws, and you're not wrapping up the stream. You know, we got a real problem with that here on the Sunday edition of Pop Talk, don't we?
And we have a special segment here with a special guest. Cash Money will be 007 will be coming in and telling us what grinds his gears. And we do say in advance, apologize in advance for any sudden outbursts that might happen that we don't normally have here on public radio. And while you're at, please give a generous donation so that we can stay on the air because the evil, tyrannical Elon Musk is coming in here and destroying everything, and we must stop this tyranny that should be happening to keep our voices muffled. So please give generously. In fact, we ask you, please leave us in your will. Let us know so we can send the proper hitman out to speed up the donation process. Thank you.
And I do apologize that Baron is putting you to sleep, Tree Rock Creations. But you need to know, the chemicals in the water are turning the gourd gay!
Oh, come on, dude. The chemical in the waters is turning the freaking gourd gay! There.
And you just woke up Duchess.
No, that's BB. Duchess is looking up going, what the fuck? Just call me Baron Orman Jones. Oh.
And Padawannabe, you need some happy little trees. Well, when I play Power Wash, we can wash some equipment near happy little trees and look at happy little clouds in the sky.
No, even better. You got to do something like Sim City or City Builder. What we're going to be doing here is we're going to put a happy little skyscraper over here. And just like any skyscraper, we must make sure that he has happy little friends around him. So we'll put some of these smaller little skyscrapers around. And of course, we'll have some low income housing over here. But make sure the police department is nowhere near there. We'll put that into the rich neighborhood.
We do not need that adversarial aggression, Baron.
Right. And so, so we have the happy little skyscrapers here. And here's the happy little mob that's descending on the police station right now. And the happy little riot over here. And the happy little cars that are turned over and in flames right now.
I know people are going to, you guys, what is wrong with you? Are you okay?
Forget it. I was showing my bag of medicinal stuff. I haven't taken any. I haven't taken any.
I haven't taken any either. This is just me trying to be funny.
This is Baron being back, man. Baron's back, baby. Making sure that you know about the chemicals in the water turning the freaking gourd gay.
And I missed it over at Rumble, but Shane said DeLoreans are okay, but give me the camper from Spaceballs any day.
Oh, Ranger 5. See, what's so nice about the Happy Little DeLoreans is they're made out of stainless steel and nice and smooth. You can caress them so easily as you are there to wash them and make sure every part of them is taken care of. And yes, you have to go into those special spots and make sure that they're extra clean. You don't stop cleaning that spot until you hear them honk.
Okay, that really got weird.
You want weird? I can give you weird.
There must have been green stuff in that bag. You could
Actually,
see
they
right
happy.
through it.
What we got is Happy Little Gummies. May the Swartz be with you. I love this guy.
Spaceballs is a live stream.
I see your stream is as big as mine. Now let's see how you handle it. I think it's a good time to say bye.
Yeah.
I think we're an hour ago is when I put my promotion.
It happens on Pop Talk, but we know that we're gonna get a message from Evie Mux here soon saying your stream's gonna end.
Yeah, because you don't have cash money on, your stream is going to end.
Yeah.
If you get cash money there, you can go another 5 hours.
But I do quickly want to take the time, and no, it's not going to take me 2 hours to get through this. But I want to take the time to thank Lady Mist for being here, also Leia Rose for being here. We had Shane, also known as Yaron, Old Gamer 72 Cutlass, thank you for being here. Padawannabe, thank you for being here. Tree Rock Creations, Low Spec Linux Gaming, thank you for being here. DJ Ronnie G, thank you for being here. Let me scroll up here. Already mentioned Padawannabe. I'll mention him twice.
And it's nice that Olds is here with us, especially after that scandal he was part of where he was caught in a parking lot with a Ford Galaxy 500. I know he doesn't want those photos out.
Right. Jace, thank you for being here, brother. As I scroll up here, because I want to make sure I get everybody, including Phil McCracken.
No.
Yes.
Did you see Phil McCracken?
Yes, Baron. Yes, Baron. As I scroll up here, of course, the long-suffering Miss Tag. I mean, she lives with Baron, so thank you
She's
for
at
being
work
here.
now. You know, she puts up with me, but she's at work right now. So.
And I'm just double checking on both Evie Mux and also
She might be listening in on break.
On the YouTube side just to make sure. But she lives with you. She puts up with you, and then she gives you to me on Sundays and Wednesdays, so I can put up with you. She says, "Get him out of my hair."
She says that to Jace on Thursdays.
Yeah.
She's wanting the Friday games to come back for that same reason. So she's
yeah. She's saying, "I need my babysitters to watch my man child."
She calls Pops and says, "Can you every fortnight? Can you at least take him away for a little bit?"
Yeah, sure, I can do that.
I'm surprised she hasn't called Brandon the anime guy. Say, don't you need him on your stream sometime?
What did she have to contact Pat S?
That's probably her mistake.
Because isn't it Pat S who contacts you every few months and says, "Hey, get on the show now."
Yeah. Basically, yeah.
All right, I'm just
But
scrolling.
she doesn't know that, so that's what's
Spock,
doesn't get through.
Thank you for being here, brother. Spock of
Spocko!
Spock Friday Night. Snorty, thank you for being here. See,
in his human suit. Can't forget his human suit.
Yeah, his human suit. But that's what I like to do. I like to make sure I acknowledge everybody. I don't want to forget anybody. Because, like I said earlier, you all don't have to come by here, but I appreciate it that you do, and
I don't know who any of those people are.
you are a liar and a traitor. Take them away. Let's see.
I could
Anyone
better be in
else?
clips more often.
Well, I wish EV Mugs,
That's the
as far as
problem.
their setup was concerned,
Mm-hmm.
was a little more laid out.
Mm-hmm.
In a format where we don't have to go searching for the clips that we like to use, to where we can organize it in the exact order, what clips we use the most, what clips we use least.
Mm-hmm.
But I also want to thank Tim, also known as FKHC 2005. And as I get to the top, of course, I want to thank Wolverine Snicket. Thank you, Wolvie.
Hey, good to see you, man.
Of course, The Long Suffering. I hope you're having a good day at work.
Me too. Then she doesn't come home cranky and beat me up.
Wow, Baron. Just well.
Well, when
And
you want to go to the doctor asks, "Do you ever feel threatened at home for anything?" And then I'll go over, and the wife is going, "It's like, no."
but let's see. Shane says, "I don't ever play. I'm super serious all the times and days. Remember the power of friendship." That's right, the power of friendship, everybody. The power of friendship is your ally. No, that's something we joke about when we are playing Marvel Rivals on Steven's
Okay,
channel.
now I understand.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
that would be cool.
I'm giving folks context. 1970s fans with wizards on it, and Baron had poking out. You know that
I
was
want
one of
that.
the cool van cosmetics you can get in State of Decay 2 was a wizard
Really?
van, and it actually comes with a magic wand.
I got magic wand. Okay, it's more of a stub. I don't have a magic wand anymore. Well, one last thing before people do skins, workshop skins and all that stuff for Police Simulator. You can go
Mm-hmm.
in and put on. Somebody did because you have the paddy wagon, which is a van. Someone did up a mystery machine. So when I get to that point, I will stream the mystery machine. But I'm going to try the mystery machine out. I just got it the other day. It's going to be cool.
Nice, and you better have Fred, Daphne, Velma, Shaggy, and Scooby in that van,
No, only
and it
Velma.
better not be down by a river.
It's only going to have Velma in it with the bumper sticker saying, if the vans are rocking, don't bother knocking. Oh, yeah.
Ooh, yeah. But everybody, thank you very much. I hope you have a great Sunday. Again, I appreciate you all being here. And make sure you're subscribed to Bear Norman Tag and everybody who's in the chat. And until next time, don't ever give up on me in a game. Because just when you do, you might miss something.
Autobots, transform and roll out.
But I'm not going to.